fight them. Zombies don't dodge, though. they are like Dragon Ball's worst nightmare. They don't dodge. But no, seriously, they just like walk directly into traps. Unless they're intelligent undead, those dodge. But yeah. But how's things been as far as Eye of the Commando? There's new content too, so you're also working on Dungeon Mans from time to time, so there's a lot going on. You gotta lurk, but enjoy those nice people. Well, thank you very much for sending folks over. Hopefully I'll keep them entertained. No wonder they cooked you. I mean, it's Sparta, that's for sure. Elmiran. Back to the past land, where we are fighting with necromancy. I've like thrown around the idea of making this into a necromancy fort, but once the arena's done, because it's been a little while. We're not quite into October yet, but like we're getting there, you know? Thrown around the idea. But like with all of these nightmare problems, maybe not. Or maybe like make this into a necromancy fort, but make this into like a more traditional necromancy fort. Where like, as we get necromancers, I remove their access from the rest of the fort. So they, you know, are actually just like weird reclusive monk scholars instead of like just normal members of the population. So first off, the named dwarves in the fortress are Zostra, Nut Dealer, Blazin, Snail, Bone Doll, some otters, plural, Goober, Judosi, Raging Cave. I also have 2 vampires in the fort. They're the ones with the quotations around their names. We got Server Lord and Kronos, as well as Bear, who's a werebear, and Dwarf Lobster, Tiny, Clockwork Dragon, Amethyst, Philly, Esvin, Moreb, Sly, Elith, Puri, Bootlegger, Asylum, Enter Bunny, Stonecoat, Mina, Degaspri, Necrontyr, this guy, Cazertes, which I'm definitely butchering, Mukau, Dulcan, Metroid, Gig, Unk, and Dr. Silk, as well as Sage, Cricket, Atome the Turkey, Bagged Moisture, Fool Jaws, Stormwolf, and Romanoid, Lanix, Bismuth 83, Killer of Osod, Zareza, Wolf, Napalm Sideburns, who only has 1 shield equipped. Did you lose a hand? Darius Sotnar, and Schmitty Scent, Horde Slayer, Diebustin, Sergeant Donut, Pilot. I don't know what that one is. Poobert. We'll get to that in a sec, chat. Self-titled, Dulcan Jr., Helmet, and Meezer. And Raging Cave wants me to name somebody for Jerry the World Eater, but Jerry the World Eater is currently in an ad, potentially. Are you not in an ad? If you're not in an ad, just type, like, give me a not in an ad, and then we can give you a dwarf. Jerry the World Eater. Speaking of, I have a thing to enable. All right, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? I used to have, like, more bureaucracy in this, but I've made it. I've given up. Because, you know, nobody likes bureaucracy. You'll take a beard, Chad. Okay. Gotcha. We'll go with happiest dwarf with beard who's not named yet. Good old beard lad. Whoops, not beer lad. Well, beer lad too, but not... You know what I mean. The problem is everybody wants dwarves with beards, so I have to scroll down for a bit. Until I see a dwarf with a beard that isn't named, and that's going to take a while. Saigon! You get Saigon, who's a legendary spinner. He's a top. You know what I'm saying? Arga, please no beard. Gotcha. Jerry the World Eater! You know, your name almost looks like Jerry the War Dealer if you swap the D and the L. But spelled funny. He's obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place after being rained on once. He is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy, and he is frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task he sets to carry out, except for spinning. And he never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the harm and detriment of those around him. He is very slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. I didn't mean to read that like that. My eyes just lost where I was in the sentence because it's still early and my eyes are terrible and I'm not that awake yet. He has a sense of duty and he often acts with compassion. He generally enjoys the company of others, occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. And he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He occasionally can overindulge and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. It's one way to say Beyblade Master. Sure. Dreams of raising a family and personally thinks friendship is important. Prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and values good craftsmanship, and values hard work. And he likes bismuth, bismuth night, bismuth, as well as crystal opal. Crystal glass, short swords, and crowns. Capuchins for their intelligence, and the words of the early dress and the sound of the fabulous euphoria and the sight of the Heliotrope Festival. How impossible prefers to consume herring, celery, teff beer, and pomelos. I always want to read those as pamelos for some reason, because the O looks like an A to me in this font. Anyway, pomelos, and hates oysters. Necrontyr is your only friend, and you worship Idrath, who's the god of wealth, and I think gems and jewels, something. You're a member of the Diamond Cult, and Arga wants a dwarf with no beard. Did you not? I think you had a dwarf that died, right? So you get the happiest dwarf in the fort. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 pickaxes in the chat gets a dwarf. Arga. Brainless Society. Hi, how are you? Are you or are you not, in fact, a jellyfish? Because they don't have a brain and they are a society. Meanwhile, Arga is impervious to the effects of stress after seeing Saigon's dead body in 304, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She often feels lustful, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and tends to avoid crowds. This is not quite an I can fix her, but is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, likes to take it easy, and has a sense of duty, is assertive, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and has an active sense of humor. Generally scratches her ear when she's thinking and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally values artwork, not hard work, and values sacrifice and values nature. And respects perseverance. I didn't misread that one. I just simply, Freudian slipped. I don't know, said the wrong word. Has a narrow chin and very long hair, which is braided. And what's the page I'm looking for? That one. She likes mica, nickel, clear diamond, clear glass, yak horn, and pigtail fabric. The color cornflower, which I learned was a color the other day, and mountains and coffins and guinea fowls for their social nature, in the words of the play of couples, in the sight of the festive saffron, and when possible prefers to consume bayberry wine and absolutely hates snails. You have a pretty big family, too. None of them live here, though. And no friends. You want to be with family and friends. Well, that's unfortunate. How long have you been here? since 304, and you have no friends yet. Thankfully, you were accepting after being caught in the rain, and you were accepting remembering seeing a dead body. Yeah. I'm sorry about the family and friends thing. That's kind of brutal. So in this fort, we're catching forgotten beasts and making them fight, not turkeys, but fight things. We don't have the arena built yet, so I can't make them fight just yet, but that is the plan. Yeah. That is the plan, is to get them to fight things in this arena. So we have to finish building this arena, which we are in the process of doing. Freeways has been found dead. What did I do? Oh, right. 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 Is she in the military? No, do you want her to be? I could put her in the military. No, we don't have a murderer. That's we got attacked by a were creature at the very end of the last stream. Which killed the archers. That's a human thing. Dwarves don't archer. No. If you're making requests like that, then I won't put you in the military. No, we have proper dwarven squads fighting at close range. But if you would like a swords dwarf, I could do that. I'm not going to give you a crossbow dwarf. No, my crossbow dwarf squad is full. It's a freeways, not an iron. Emperor iron. But if you want me to put them in the military, I can do that.
Game yesterday again in a long time and I'm hooked again, haha.
Brian Burton, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or what kind of thing would you like? Moist napkins. That's a username and a half in YouTube chat. Vogel, thank you very much for the 14th month. And you're hooked. Well, welcome back. It's been a long time no see for a lot of people around these parts. It's been a long summer. I'm waiting for you to make up your mind, Arga. You have 9, 8, 6, 4, 7, 5. Okay. Swords or spears is what you get. Although, actually, I need to take you out of this squad and put you in this one. No, not that one. This one. Nope, not that. Well, I guess I could put you in this one. Because the other one is the, I'm going to leave the fort and take over a place squad. Which they're actively doing. So, this fortress... Farmer or dyer, no preference. There's buttloads of those available, so... You can have beard preference if you want. We are here right now, and this right here is the Brass Inks. Now, that might look like a faction, but it's not. The Brass Inks is a necromancer faction that started at this tower, who we've destroyed. And we are slowly pushing our way this way through all of them to kill all of them. They'd completely taken over what was at one point largely occupied by another dwarven faction called the Decent Smith, who are now just like completely obliterated, more or less. Actually, I think. Hold on, let me double check that. Yeah, this is the Alchemical Books. This is a different one. So we are pushing through and destroying these necromancer helixes and sites, and the Decent Smith has actually reclaimed some of these locations in the time that we've been doing this. So that's pretty cool. And my hope is to annihilate them so that I can then move on to these goblins up here, and also this faction up here, which was also the Decent Smiths, which also got taken over by, in this case, the Squids of Constructing, a different necromancer faction. So 2 separate necromancer factions basically just annihilated this dwarven faction, and we're trying to push back against that. As a side hobby, we are... running a fortress with a very big military, obviously, in order to do that. And we are capturing a Bronze Colossus. We've captured an Etten, and we've captured I guess we also have a were creature and 2 vampires, as well as 3 forgotten beasts with the express and goal. And also these 3. Actually, I should just build those zombie cages. That would probably be smart. With the express goal of making them fight in the arena. That's the goal. We're going to use turkeys as bait. And make everybody fight. That's the longer term plan for this fortress. There we go. And I also got to go up to here and start deconstructing this. One at a time. Let's also make sure that we're not in a burrow. We're not in the burrow currently. This fort is also kind of a lot, and there's turkeys everywhere, which means there was probably turkeys born recently. Give me a second, and then I will go through and give Brian their name. Just trying to keep up with everything here. Okay. You wanted a farmer or a dyer? Them's is all my dyers. Is there a Dennis Dyer you would like? I was supposed to be a Dennis Dyack joke, which nobody will get. I was of the DF content for some nice Forgotten Beasts. Oh, you were off DF content for some time. It's nice to see the Forgotten Beasts having colors now. Forgotten Beasts and Demons have colors now, yes. But only in recently generated worlds. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Vogel, keeping that sub alive for the 14 months with Prime, who's now hooked again? You can make a bow squad, but you can't make arrows. So if you run out of arrows, then you're just out of ammo forever. Presme. It's really dumb. They shouldn't call range squads archers. They should call them crossbow dwarves. Because I call them archers and it confuses a lot of people. But Brian says they don't have a preference, so I will just go with the first dwarf and give them the name Burton. Burton never feels discouraged, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and has an active imagination. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and does not often feel lustful. And she likes to take it easy and often feels nervous and is slow to anger and enjoys the company of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of her and stiffens up when she's surprised and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also, there was something I wanted to mention, and I'm going to mention it now that there's a few people here. This was posted in my Discord this morning. I don't know how Tibet found this, but I don't think this has been announced yet, but the page is up, so it's kind of expensive, but and they sent you an email like KitFox did? Why haven't they sent me one? Or did Game Music Records send you an email about it? But the thing that like some of you may not know or may not have noticed is if you squint at this, there's a big old screenshot for the backdrop. Now, I'm in the credits for this thing. Where is it? There. I took a bunch of screenshots for them. So, I think it's an amalgamation of my forts. I was squinting at it, and I'm actually not sure which screenshots they used. But, like, I think it's a combination of things. Because, like, I recognized parts of it, and it was kind of screwing with my brain. So... Never caught a stream on YouTube before? Well, you might need to get more nets then. An internet, if you will. We're also on Twitch, for reference. You gotta get me a copy of those. I think they might be sending me a copy of those. I don't think you need to worry about that. She personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Oh, speaking of goated, I've got another thing I want to show real quick. Likes pitch blend and rose gold and blue jade and giant capuchin leather, brown recluse spider silk, tables, crutches, and cats for their aloofness. Now you want a vinyl player? Now you want a record player? Well, thankfully they make them new for like less money than they should be. And cats, although they may have gotten more expensive, I don't know. Cats for their aloofness and the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sight of the festive saffron, and when possible prefers to consume giant Kia, Sura Brew, and absolutely hates leeches. I agree with that last thing. You're a member of the Creative Silver, the Dyers Guild, and the Farmers Guild, and you have 4 pet cats. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder if they share you willingly. Crazy cat dwarf. Yes. Cat dwarfer. I'm actually going to nickname this dwarf cat lady with their task. Or maybe just add it to their name. Because I want to keep track of how many cats end up adopting you. Let me tell you this. No record is going to be less than that, says Erdes, in the current year, which sucks. It's actually one of the reasons I don't buy records as much anymore, because I'm kind of priced out of new records. I still buy used records and, like, local records, but I don't buy stuff online anymore because it's ridiculous how expensive they've gotten. All right, so I need to make sure that Freeways has a tomb. But before I do that, I just want to show something off real quick that I think is really funny. So I got this comment last night that made me laugh. And it made me laugh enough that I went and posted it on Blue Sky. Which is this. I just got into Dwarf Fortress because a friend showed me the game, which led me directly to you and the Gremlin video. It was so freaking goated that I decided if a dumb Gremlin can control these dwarfs, so can a dumb human. So then I started playing this game and following your guide. So one, that's a run-on sentence. So, ow, my brain. Did I just get called a gremlin? Because in that video, the gremlin is, like, the dwarves put the gremlin in charge. But did he just call me a dumb gremlin? Because... No, I know, Presme, yes, but if you read the sentence, it reads like he's calling me a dumb gremlin. Are gremlins playable in adventure mode? No, but there are some ways where you can have a pet gremlin. If you're an outsider, you can have a pet gremlin in adventure mode, and they only cost 1 embark point. So, like, you could have, like, 1,100 gremlins following you around if you want to never be able to move and have 0 frames per second. God bless English. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm reading this. Basically, it's like... Sure, but, like... Oh, it's not a sentence. You just said that I'm like a dumb gremlin? Regardless, I read that and I was like, oh, that's nice. Read it again and was like, hold on a second. Read it again and then I started chuckling to myself. So I genuinely just find that to be a very funny comment. So because I find it to be a very funny comment, it's like, it's 3 paragraphs in a run-on sentence, more like liberate the forks. Hope you're doing well, mate. All right, let's just get a few blocks queued up and then... Oh. Oh, those are already done. Duh. Why are you forbidden? What? New fan, but at what level did you complete grammar? Very low, clearly. No, but I do listen to Mogwai. Mogwai is a band I really like. Doesn't mean that I'm a gremlin, though, I don't think. Grammar is not real. Grammar cannot hurt you. Grammar is a work of fiction. Next question. Raccoon with matches. Thank you very much for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Hey, chat. Have you heard the call of your inner mug goblin today? This is a crowdfunded channel. We operate on money from people in subscriptions and tips. If you like this channel and you like the stuff that I do, the people with the hat next to your name, you keep us funded, and I sell mugs on my merch store. There's a link in the YouTube chat or in the YouTube description, and if you type in ! merch here on Twitch, you'll get a link to where you can purchase merch, or you could help keep the channel funded directly by throwing dollars directly at your monitor. Make sure you aim for the center, and if that isn't something you can afford, please, for the love of your existence, don't do that. Otherwise, if you would like alternative options on how you can support this channel, leave likes on the stream, or tell a friend about it. That's all I got. Now we're going to play the Dwarf for the rest of the day. School of the Ox, thank you very much for tier 1 for 14 months. Someone should give Telenartho a sub for writing the Mug Goblin story. We should do a part 2 of the Mug Goblin. I should also do some Mug Goblin merch. Those are some messy rooms. It means like they just have a lot of clothes, most likely. That or they're just messy. I keep thinking this is a dead dwarf like a ghost, but it's not. Presme, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. You know, I saw a band a couple of years ago, or about a year ago now. I've seen them twice, actually. I saw them twice in 1 year. Zachary, thanks for gifting a sub to Telenartho, who is The Devil Wears Prada. And they did something during that set which I thought was really funny, which was just like, hey, you know, we've been around for a while kind of thing. Like, you know, we've been a band since 2007 or whatever. And we're curious who's listening now. And what he said is, can everybody in the crowd please make a heart with their hands? And a lot of people did this. And then some people did like this. And then some people did like this. And he goes, okay, cool. There's still some millennials out there listening. Who are the people doing this? He's like, it's not just children. Cat on alt? Now, who could that be? Look what you did, Raiders. Moist Napkins, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Hey, Cat on fam. How's things? What were you guys up to today on the alt account? I streamed on my alt account. Last afternoon, yesterday, I want to say last night, but it was actually afternoon. You did good? That's good to hear. I'm glad you did good. PvE Tarkov for fun? Gotcha. That's the proper way to play Tarkov as far as I'm concerned. Stick it to the man and play it the way it wasn't intended by the developers, for maximum enjoyment and not pain. Apparently we have a fire-breathing feathered dino here. So this is a forgotten beast named Nenpe. Nenpe is what I'm going to go with. A great feathered petrosaur. Once it becomes a fossil and crushed under years of the earth, it'll become a petrolsaur. See what I did there? It has long, straight horn, and it is ravening. Its sepia feathers are downy. Beware. It's fire. Just the right amount of pain. I mean, yeah. Do they have necromantic dinos too? No, but they do they do romance all the necks. We had one necromancer who was in the fort, and I threw him in prison for committing crimes. The crimes where he tried to begin a coup and steal my artifacts, and so I put him in prison. And then a little bit later, I had another person who I was putting in prison for similar crimes. Except that person was a weremonster, and while that person was murdering my captain of the guard who was arresting him, the necromancer went, "Oh God," and tried to use self-defense by summoning a nightmare, and then the nightmare killed him. It was very funny. So they didn't really use intelligence for their necromance. Nightmares are like just giant, like Cthulhu monsters, basically. What's this? Oh, look at him. He's got a face only a mama could love. Do I have any tips on dealing with gremlins? They've been plaguing your current fort. They don't really do much. I have a whole video about gremlins. If you have multiples, like, and you want to catch them, oh my God, I can fly. And okay, it's fighting another forgotten beast. If you want to catch them, watch my gremlin video. I do have video. I do explain how to catch them in that. But, otherwise, I don't know. Just keep them away from levers. Or just put levers everywhere and they'll just show up and pull a lever and run away. Necromancy is a charisma-based spellcasting available. Clearly. Over here we have Loth-Eye. Callous Spit. Lovely. Who ironically can also breathe fire. And is a gigantic thrips with a fat bulging trunk, and that trunk is undulating rhythmically. I'm just imagining Zoidberg. Its teal scales are large and close set. Beware its fire. So the two creatures are fighting. I have a feel my money is on this one, but honestly, they're both bleeding heavily. It could really just go either way. It seems that the thrips is kind of damaged already. Have you killed anything since you've been here? Because you've been here longer. Oh, you killed another forgotten beast named I Must Yell Mates. Of course. Do you have any kills? No, you don't. So either the Petrosaur is going to win, or the other one's going to win. And I think the Petrosaur won because Loth-Eye is now dead. In fact, he killed it by goring it in the head. Tearing its brain. That's just an Aussie, though. Won't unload a minecart. They don't have anywhere to put it. Or there isn't enough dwarves to do the job. Or you haven't set up the unload stockpile correctly. I usually just use dump stockpiles and tell them to dump out everything in one spot by putting a track stop and then setting a direction and then putting that there. But because linking stockpiles can be a little slow, it's a pretty low priority job. You don't need specialized, like, minecart unloaders, but it's not a bad idea. Are the doors locked? Ah, right. I remember why I did that. Speaking of haulers, let's re-enable hauling. Got a lot of jobs I turned off, I think. Yeah, I turned off hauling so that the dwarves would have a chance to, like, sort out their moods. Oh yeah, no, they'll do that. They will definitely do that, T-Bay. They will definitely do that. They will absolutely do that. 100% they will do that. They will release things from chains, empty cages, pull levers, push buttons. The usual shenanigans. I'm also in an ad break, so I will pause. Before they were finicky and fiddly and people didn't like them, and now they're, like, exceptionally strong. Factory in YouTube chat. Do you know possible reasons why dwarves are... Can you make a burrow and set militia dwarves to patrol 1, 2 at a time? That is true. You can do that. I almost never do that, so I have to relearn the UI every time I do it. I do it like once or twice a year. I usually just put my barracks somewhere where they just kind of naturally act as a patrol. Server Lord! The Clother withdraws from society. What time of year is it? It's midwinter. Yeah, we're going to go attack something. I'm going to go work on Coppertone. We're going to go try and raise this location with 2 squads. The colorless armors and the walls of color. They've probably already left. Got a lot of armor up here that isn't actively being used for, like, anything. Should probably set all of this to be melted down, actually. As far as the strange mood goes, claims this item over here. Grabs pigtail cloth, cat leather, of course. Classic. Yeah, I don't think I've had a gremlin successfully make it into my fortress in a very long time. So usually gremlins, for me, just kind of appear and then run in circles for a bit, screaming, and then leave the map. That's usually how gremlins go on my screen. What's the about that? Is that a big deal? That there's whip vine? Is that a revelation of sorts? Are you pleased or upset with this? I don't understand the significance. Whip vine is pretty common. That can happen in a mirthful embark? Certainly. Confusion? Did you settle somewhere with, like, mirthful plants? You can have a Okay, mirthful embarks aren't necessarily going to look or act any different from another embark. They just have a chance of having, like, different types of creatures, such as, like, you know, different kinds of plants and such. And also, mirthful isn't even, like, a pure good biome. That's just mirthful. It's just a slightly different chance of characters, and you'll get different music, and you might get different vermin, and you might get different animals. But, like, of course that can happen. That's very normal. I've had, like, mirthful embarks that don't have a single mirthful entity in them. There's a chance that they can, yes. Cuglorf, that is the point. It's like a 50-50. Like, if you have Featherwood, yeah, you're a mirthful embark, of course. That's like saying, like, can there be, I don't know, dandelions in North America? Yes, because the fucking French brought them here. Because they ate them on ships. Thanks, French! I was going to say French's, like as in the ketchup brand, but that would sound bad. It's like, thanks, French's. It's your fault. Don't hate on dandelions? I don't hate on dandelions. Bees like them, but I used to feed them to I used to babysit a bearded dragon, and the bearded dragon liked eating their flowers, so. By the way, I've got a lot of crimes to convict people of. Because we've been interrogating people who visit the fort. And so because of that, I've got a whole lot of convicts. And currently, this Dwarf mercenary necromancer is the only one in prison. This one is a were creature. So he lives there. But we've got this guy. And also, Iguk, the human cook necromancer, who now just lives in that cage. I should add you to the arena. Potential competitors. That's a copper cage, I think. There you go. Apparently I also have a dwarfen one, so throw you over there too. Oh, it'll be fun. Does were creature don't need to eat? If they're not part of your fortress, they don't need to eat. So if they don't live in your fortress and are part of your fortress, they don't need to eat. So if they're neutral and visitors, they need to eat. If they are imprisoned, they don't need to eat. Or they will eat if they're in the tavern. And they will drink if they're in the tavern, but they don't need to. Shadow Absorber. A turkey and the Forgotten Beast. Okay. Named Lure. Lure often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, is swayed by emotional appeals, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, often feels envious of others, is somewhat envious of others, and is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she likes a little excitement now and then. Okay, once these are built, I'm actually going to release that Forgotten Beast. Oopsies. There we go. Gobble me up, beastie. That's what they say. Gobble, gobble, gobble. So yeah, that's kind of what we're gonna be planning on doing today, is just turning this into an arena fort and maybe shenanigans and also invading things. Server Lord has created Nairur the Tust, a pigtail toga, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. And apparently a mercenary hollow ghoul is visiting. Sounds like an intelligent undead. This is a pigtail toga. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion, shirt cabochons, and decorated with cat leather and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth. The thread is pale pink, masterfully colored with radish dye, and by Obok Omfikod. And it menaces with spikes of copper. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gems in malachite. On the item is an image of dwarves and dogbone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Colorbeard by the Mountain of Dyes of the strategic boots in the early spring of 300. On the item is an image of Zasset, the dwarf in cave dragon and a cave dragon in sheep leather. The cave dragon is striking down Zasset. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Zasset by a cave dragon in sense nets in the scintillating mountain in the early spring of 281 during the crazed siege. On the item is an image of two giant masked lovebirds in bronze. That's it. It's a pretty nice artifact, geez. I think I will give that to my Cricket. You can have that. Cricket doesn't have enough. My manager already has a toga, so Cricket gets one now. Who's currently storing an item in a barrel. Life finds a way. Elith, Forgotten Beasts can't breed. They actually can't, so don't worry about it. So this is my attempt to raise a location. Poobert led the attack. The attack is at a strong positional advantage. So we are killing a lot of dwarves. Some of them are undead, some of them are not. But this is a group that we are at war with. And it appears that my capturing of this place has not gone as planned. Who's the most pissed off dwarf in the fort? Cuddle the Mace Lord. Okay. We're not going to go after that place, because clearly it hasn't gone so hot. Coppertone was the place that we just went after. So we're going to conquer and occupy and send the confusing dies. Now you want where turkeys? How about their turkeys? Well, I mean, you hate it here. Go take over something for us, right? Speaking of hating it here, I've got way too many upset dwarves. I may actually make a mist generator in this fortress. The other thing that we were doing is we were going to pump lava up. So maybe we finish this. And once we finish this... Yeah, I think that's what we do. We finish this, and we... in the process, make a mist generator. That's what we're going to do. No, not lava mist generators. Just a normal mist generator. But I'm going to need to power this somehow. So since I'm going to power this somehow, might as well, you know, get some water mist going up in here, you know? You know? We're going to need to power it somehow. And this generator ain't going to power itself. I'll get that done eventually. All right. So let's see how far down we go. Because I think I was making them out of iron. Yep. All the way up to here. We shall continue going up. What was I making you out of? Sure. Which I may need to make more of these pumps as well. Occupy and concupy? I don't think concupy is a word, but that may be an affectionate term used to refer to a concubine. I do not know. With dwarves wanting to pray or visit family, that usually means that they're overworked. If they want to visit family and they have no family in the fortress, they're just kind of boned. But generally, giving your dwarves a break, cancel or pausing all the jobs in the tasks screen, and letting them just visit temples and take a break is a pretty good way to get some of those needs satisfied. But dwarves are like people. They're imperfect creatures. It's impossible to fully satisfy them. In this case, they're depressed because they're hauling a shit ton of bodies. So it's kind of unrelated to that. And part of the reason I'm bringing lava up here is so that I have a better way of dealing with bodies. That's all. You sort of concubined 2 words? Is that what you're saying? New banger music since last big patch? There hasn't been any new music added to the game, but there's a new song that's going to be added to the game. But it's not really a new song, it's a remaster of an old song, which is Danger Room. Still got a ways to go. Yes, Simon's Danger Room. It's on Bandcamp and also on Dabu's YouTube channel. And it's also in my newest video, actually, a whole bunch. I use it in a few different places. But yeah, if you just go to Bandcamp and type in Danger Room, you'll find it. I'm actually curious as to what route the dwarves are taking to build this right now. You like the original Danger Room song more? That's okay. There's no risk of, how do I say this? Sounding like a hipster. It's just you like that version more. That's fine. I like the new one more because the production on it is better, but the old one has like a scrappy, nostalgic feel to it that I like. But that doesn't discount the fact that you can now give Simon money for it. The Forgotten Beast, Asthini, you heard me, has come an enormous humanoid composed of of crystal glass. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware, it's poison gas. Aha. I'm actually just going to look at you for a second and go, have you killed anything? No, you haven't. Ooh. 551 years old. Let me just go over here. Just double check. Not really ready. Let's wait until you get this hooked up. I'm gonna try and catch a beast. Yeah, there's always gonna be that one person who's like, I like the original better. It's like, okay, well, keep listening to it then. That's fine. They're remasters. They don't, like, devalue or make the old one cease existing. But I'm still going to credit them and say that they did a good job remastering it and making it suit the new vibe. Because I'm of the opinion that the old music is great, but it's fan music. The new music has a different vibe, but the game has a different vibe now. It looks different. Quite a bit different, in fact. Plays differently as well. And I think that the new music fits the new vibe. The old music fits the old vibe. I've said the word vibe too many times in this sentence. I'm still waiting for, I think it's Gilena is the name of it, and Kobold March are the two that I really like from the old soundtrack that didn't get remastered in their first batch. But as I understand it, a lot, like more music over the next few years is going to get slowly upgraded. This is an artifact door, so nothing can break it down. Oh. Cole, Vumshar, the Swordmaster, has bestowed the name Agatstalakantskistis, sure, upon a steel short sword. Good stuff. So not Piffy, not Kemka, and not Lithme. And I'm hoping that you're going to go kill those over there and then come and murder my turkeys. Or just come murder my turkeys. Either or. I think Danger Room was actually the most viewed on YouTube out of the old fan album. Well, I mean, here's the thing. When you say that, like, you like the original more, you know what that does? You can say that as politely as you want. But you also got to remember, we know, I know that the original exists, which is why I stated that it's a remake of one of the old songs. And new people who haven't heard it should go listen to it. But when you say that I like the original more, doesn't make you sound like a hipster. It devalues the new one. It makes you say, well, this one is inferior. There is no way to say that encourages people to go listen to the new one. It's not a matter of sounding like a hipster or being mean or being polite. It's an opinion that you're entitled to have. That's fine. But I'm just trying to encourage people to go listen to the new one. They're different. They were made at a different time. One was made by Dabu and Simon. The other one was made in a closet by Simon. Over a decade ago. They're very different things. One is not inherently better than the other. They're different. Sound Sense was a fan album. This is Simon finally getting paid for his work. I'd say let him get paid. Yeah, I never followed any of that stuff, Presme. Schmitty sent, the Swordmaster has bestowed the name Olboth the Smar, Aristust, upon a steel shield. Cool. I should go attack more things. Got one squad heading out on one mission to go take over that one, Coppertone. Vice Lizards is such a good name. Holy shit. Whiprack is also a good name. Let's go take back Whiprack. Let's go pillage Whiprack. Oh, as to why it was the most popular? Oh, it's possible. And Poobert named his shield, who's the leader of my best squad and has... couple kills. Couple kills. You know, just a few. Couple dozen. Couple dozen. Wait, hold on a second. I have a chinchilla in a cage that can't be trained? The heck? That's bizarre. That's truly bizarre. Wait, hold on. You returned? You were supposed to seize that location. Why didn't you seize that location? The defenders had a strong positional advantage. So you lost and you came back? I'm not going to say that's treason, but like... that's almost treason. Okay, well... in that case... go again and do it again. Conquer and occupy. You're supposed to conquer and occupy. If you can't conquer and occupy, don't come back. Yeah, I'm really perplexed by the fact that, like... also, I love all of my, my cave dragons just slowly leaving. They've been busy. I mean, they've done some work. They've killed a bunch of chinchillas here, and also a lot of various animals over there, so... this is the place that we're attacking. We kidnapped them from there, and now we're sending them to go kill things for us. As you can see. I mean, Horde Slayer over here did some work here as well. Man, we've been busy. But yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with saying you like the original more. I'm just trying to, tell people that they should go listen to the new version. That's all. That is literally all there is to it. I saw a dwarf that was really thirsty. Why that? Unrelated, but why is there a horse? We must have captured a horse. Yep. Yep. Yes, we did. And chickens. And a turkey and a boar. And a pig. And a sow. And a hen. More things to butcher. Good stuff. What happened to the kobold? Still there. It's in my squad. What do you think something happened to it? It's Frankenbold. We do, in fact, have a kobold. Frankenbold is defending my artifacts over in the artifact hold in the secondary tavern. Speaking of, have we baited any beasts in? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so you're all the way down there. And you're still in the water. Well, I'll keep following you. Seduce dust, eh? You're just gonna climb around in the water. Are you going for something specific in the water? I mean, it's one of my cops in regards to the kobold. It lives in the caverns, and it is one of my captain of the guard's squad members, meaning if somebody needs to get arrested, it'll help. Are you trying to call it like a kobold? As in, like, they're coping with something? Speaking of the menu, hey chat, investments are probably open. I don't think anybody's run those yet. And also, I just have to say a real quick thank you to everybody with hats next to your name, because you're helping keep the channel funded. If you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. And YouTube folks, don't forget to like the stream. He's a cop? Oh, right. Sure. I put him in that squad because that's the only squad that's not going to leave the map to invade something. So, because I was worried that, like, it would leave the map and then ghostify. Because they don't always come back when you send intelligent undead off map, which is kind of amazing. They sometimes just come back as ghosts. Although I did once send an intelligent undead off the map and it came back as a ghost with a sword, which stayed in my military for a while and then eventually dissipated, which was hysterical and weird. Maybe one of the most Dwarf Fortress things I've ever seen is like a ghost that didn't realize it was dead. Kinjin, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. See? If you happen to have a Prime sub, think about me. Did the sword remain? I mean, it eventually just didn't come back. I sent it out on a few different sieges, and it eventually just didn't come back. But this was in version 47, and like, so that was back when they would blink when they were hauling something, and so it didn't have the sword equipped. It was hauling the sword. He's just taking baths, man. No, that was the thing, is it didn't act as a ghost at all. It just, like, trained. Pangolin wrangling. Speaking of wrangling pangolin, chat, can I get a round of beers? I'm gonna go use the toilet because I'm in an ad break. Can you romance a forgotten beast? It might not end well for you. It'd be like trying to romance a rabid cat. You can talk to a demon, though. You may have more luck with a demon, although they may still kill you. I've successfully asked them for directions a couple of times, to which they usually say, "You do not belong here!" Okay, so this was us attempting to seize that place again. Cuddle led the attack. Their tactical planning was superior, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf Erdem fought with the dwarf, and they escaped unscathed. So they came back a second time. Meanwhile, we went to the other side, and unlike Ice Blue typing in that ship bottle command, we attacked some goblins. And how you doing, Ice Blue? How's things? And Poobert led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Athafe couple busted. Yep. The walls of color, brilliantly led by Poobert, clashed with the awe-inspiring canyons of led by the awe-inspiring clashed with 5 dwarves, slaying them. They clashed with another goblin, the one who led the attack, and killed them. Clashed with yet another goblin and killed them. And we looted treasures. And we now have a bunch of random crap. Excellent. That's what I needed. The Abyssal Demon. That's a good name. I'm going to try and take over this place. Conquer and occupy. Go get him. And on the others, that was the one that we just raided. And then on this side, we are going to go attack... let's just attempt to raise this side. And you right here, the second squad, we're going to attempt to raise the location next to it. So 3 different squads going to 3 different places. 1 trying to take over a place, and 2 trying to destroy a place. And I'm still staring at this Forgotten Beast. It is trying to get to my door, but I'd kind of put a wall there. It's like so close, it could just go around it though. It's not a very effective wall. It's just like constantly distracted by something. It is in fact done. You now have no more tickets left. You will not rest until adventure mode combat. UI has a flirt option. It already has a hug option. It just sometimes it ends badly. I mean, you can compliment people and flatter. It's not in the combat UI. It's in the conversation UI. And you can talk to people while in combat with them. So you could, if you like stun somebody, you could flatter them. Or you could like strangle them. And while you're strangling them and they're flailing for luck, you could compliment them. I once petted a zombie while gouging its eyes out. Because zombies are considered animals. And you can pet any animal. So you can already flirt with things while you're murdering them. That's just a skill issue. Speaking of flirting with things while they're murdering them, this is about to go flirt with a turkey. So, wish this beast luck, chat. And wish my dwarves luck for their timing. As it climbs to the top. It's almost there. As it goes through, thunk. I lock the door behind it, so it's now stuck inside. And now that I've done that, I'm going to go over to here and say, you're going to go murder that turkey most likely, so I'm going to tell you to pull this lever as well. It is now locked inside. It has now killed the turkey. Now I just need it to stay there because there's nowhere else for it to go because it's locked inside. And then the other door gets closed, and it is now captured. I also then released the turkey, and I just want to say a real quick round of applause for the dwarf that did that. I mean, you did die in a chokehold, Freeways, so that sort of checks out, but not directly. You died to a were creature who choked you to death. Kamiguru, hello, how are you? Rue. How's things? Good day. Lure the Turkey did their job successfully. And in fact, if you look at the Forgotten Beast, it's killed a turkey hen. And there's Lure. I'll call this, uh-oh. Game? It's either crashing or the frame rate just went to 0. I'm not sure. Ah, the frame rate went to 0. Fascinating. I will go to this one and name this one Lure 2. Frame rate's back. I'm not sure what happened there. Oop, it went to 0 again. Oop, it's back. Ah, that's probably what happened. Found the problem. A wild force of darkness has arrived. From where? Oh, by the way, so a violent force of darkness arrived and wanted a parlay, and I said no. And so I just attacked them and denied the parlay as I was attacking them. And so the way armies work in Dwarf Fort is they can only appear on one layer, right? So they can't arrive over multiple layers. So because they can only arrive on one layer, this was the tile that they decided to arrive on, which is probably where they're going to arrive this time. The game's paused right now. And so they literally came in single file, and I just parked my army like right here and obliterated them as they entered the map one at a time. 2 of my squads are not on the map at the moment, though. Okay, that was a false siege. They left. Which means I may be about to be attacked by necromancers? Or kidnappers? I'm not sure. So I will, also I've got my other squads incoming. Gonna send the squaddies I do has over here. Ah, I was right. Snatcher! Oh, got him. Get wrecked! Uh-oh. Here comes a second Snatcher. Hello, Snatcher 2. How are you? Dwarf go goo-goo. It's truly bizarre. Oh, there you go. Got the icon. Anyway, Snatcher's now running because there is an entire army of dwarves right there, and they didn't realize it yet, but they've made a huge mistake. The question is, can it outrun a fully steel-armored dwarf? That is the question. I think the answer is yes. Well done, dwarves. Let's see how that... Okay, so we attempt to raise Coppertone to clear it up. Snatcher goes, just like my Go Live alert, eh? Finally, your giant eagle breeding program. Have you tamed giant eagles? How many eggs do they lay? The dwarf Zulban Pubert led the attack, and they outmatched the dwarf Erdim with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Erdim was struck down by Schmidty-Sen. They seized livestock and rampaged throughout. Great. So now I have a bunch of livestock I don't want, probably. I have a cat, a peahen, a cat, a boar, a turkey, and a horse. Great. We got 2 cats. I like the idea that they didn't seize livestock. The cats just followed them home. And a horse and a hen from the other place. More meats on the menu. And our attempt to raise the other location. Never underestimate. Surveying was looted from this place, by the way, I should notice. They also stole livestock and rampaged. So that one was successful. Wound Legends is now gone. I need a Conquer and Occupy order, and we'll do that after this guy either dies or comes back. Whichever happens first. I think... Do they have another fortress? I've got the one. Evil barbs. We're gonna go pillage evil barbs. Yeah, the giant birds are always kind of a pain. Seems to 1 to 3 usually per clutch. Okay, giant wren breeding program is for the meat. This one is for fun. Gotcha. I think it would be. I'm not. I kind of wish certain animals would maintain their previous habits if you tame them. What I'm saying is, I want giant Kias to haul items for me. That's all. I want like a fight to finish and have like an army of 40 Kias that just like descend and just like grab all of the armor and put it in my stockpiles. Lord Bodacious, thank you very much for that prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. The robe of +5 agility. Okay, so let's see how the pumps is going. I'm actually going to connect this to here, which means I do need to be super diligent that I'm not screwing myself over with this. Oh, I see how I was going to do this. Oh well, this will actually be an easier way to do it. All right, let's go up and go to the first level where there could be access to the surface, which would be like right here, no access to the surface. Right here, getting there, almost no access to the surface. But I do need access to this. Up here, unforbid these. Up here. Currently has access to the surface. No, because that doesn't. That doesn't. Okay. What's a good mod idea? Was it something I said or something you said? I speak too fast to comprehend my brain. Oopsies. I never trust it's going to use the right one. Hauling Kias, keeping their behaviors after taming. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just like... I mean, the other extreme way that you could go with that would be like add a third training or another training option to animals and train them as a hauler. I don't know, just like an elephant running around hauling stuff would be really funny. Like, could you imagine just have like, just an elephant and just running around with like a screw pump in its trunk, just like trotting along, as one does. Feral millennial, normal millennial, I see. Who's resting? Oh, right. Forgot about you. I forgot about this dwarf. So I have a were creature dwarf who I've been aware of for a minute. Now, I'm going to allow this dwarf out.
Feral_millennial_cheered. X100. My first migrants are a necromancer, his doctor wife, and their 5 children.
Ah.
What a wonderful way of starting a fortress.
Sounds like a mid-90s Halloween special. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of does. I'm gonna let this were creature make his own fort. Make her own fort? Make her own fort. I'm also going to... I've sold a bunch of turkeys before. We're going to do that again. Unzipped water. Thank you very much for the 2 months. I'm actually going to put 2 of these cages in. Maybe 3. I'll do 4. I'll have you know that Moist Ziploc is still alive. I'm confused. That should have been the start of a hype train. Welp. Apparently not. I didn't click save when I updated settings. All right, whoops. I'm actually going to leave that paused for a second here. And then that'll allow me to start building stairs, and then this dwarf can build stairs down. Although, actually, you need to heal, don't you? Maybe if I remove you from the hospital. There you go. Now you can remove construction. Look at that. Okay, so now that you've done that, I can go here. The dwarves will come here and build this, and then I can finish this wall, and then that dwarf can have their own space. Because they have a pickaxe. What's up, Sakoto, in YouTube chat? And Shrek Blub. Also in YouTube chat. Alright, let's, No, not you. You stay there. Lure 2. And you... My god. There's so many turkeys. So I'll do just one whole page of them for the first one. It does, but they're still healing, or they're resting because that's the only tile that they had access to. So because that's the only tile that they had access to, they consider that a place for resting. A boss is visiting. You don't say. Ah. Wait. Didn't I convict you of a bunch of crimes? I thought I did. They may have gone into cold cases. Ah! I see. We interrogated them at one point and they escaped on their very fast fish legs. Also going to, probably also interrogate the mummies back? Oh, great. Okay. Such a shame that Sweaty Poet died. You know which ones not to move? Yeah, well, no, I know which ones not to move because they're on a chain, you know? Seems like Whipwreck didn't go successfully, so... Yeah, no more seizing Whipwreck. Instead, let's go... Oh, shit! My own faction took over Wound Legend, which was one of those locations I took over. I was going to go grab that one, but because I destroyed it, my own faction migrated back into that location. Let's try and conquer and occupy Coppertone and say, who's the most pissed off dwarf in the fort at the moment? Still close to Boyer. Well, I have to wait until my squads are back, but... This says you're supposed to be in jail. Yes. That's just like, you have a felony charge or something. And that can get done. And then over here, you can get done, you can get done, you can get done. You can get done, you can get done, and you can get done. Slowly, slowly, slowly building this up. Now you can dig down here. How about instead of going directly that way, we go this way instead? It'll take you a little while to do this, but... And this can be where you occupy. You can occupy down here. I could set them up as, like, a warning dog. So they basically live up here, even. And alert us when things arrive. Oh no! An item is missing from its proper place. Who's the witness? It was going to happen eventually. Boss is going to get 50 hammer strikes. But somebody has to have seen that. They all saw that the object was missing. Is there anybody suspect around here? Ah, you're gonna go report a crime? You're not holding it, are you? I'm just checking all of the dwarves around this area. And all the characters around this area. It's not in your inventory. Give me a second here, chat. It's like everybody's chained up. It's gotta be this goblin. Or this goblin. Yeah, it's gotta be this goblin. Are you going into the fortress or out of the fortress at the moment? Into the fortress. We'll also interrogate the Spearmaster. First, we're interrogating this boss, who hopefully I can arrest for more than just the one crime. I feel like if they admit to something, they should automatically be convicted of their crimes. But that's just my thoughts. I don't know. These are all new. Oopsies. I just convicted the wrong person of something, but oh well. It's okay, they're already in prison for something unrelated. Alright, well. We're gonna go interrogate the Goblin Scholar now. Poor little felon indeed. You'd put your money on the first one to see the item missing? It's possible. The thing is, they're not necessarily the first one to see the item missing, but they were the first one to report it. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's the Scholar, because my library is public. But they don't have it in their inventory, so... Ponder valves, huh? Execute criminal. Oh, man. Wait, hold on. Who got execution? $30 days in prison, okay. 50 hammer strikes. Huh. Well then. You don't see that very often. Give me a Scholar. But your dwarf was just killed. I'm gonna give you a different name though. I don't have any unnamed scholars. So I'll have to give somebody the task of being a scholar. How about Moma's? Freeze! I don't know. If you can think of a better name, let me know. Incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He's always tense and jittery. Oh, you're gonna hate this. He likes to present himself boldly and it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is a perfectionist, and he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. Tends to avoid physical confrontations. He works to express natural tendency with his respect to maybe ways. Isn't that an app? He works to express natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on project. How about this? We'll call you Feeways. It's no longer free, you know what I'm saying? I'll just call you Freeways too, it's fine. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. He tends to avoid confrontations. He works to express natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He has an active imagination, and he takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He does not often feel envious of others. He acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not tend to hold on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated, and he rarely speaks when he's annoyed. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally, holds fairness as one of the highest ideals. Despises cheating of any kind, and finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. He finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Turnpike. Honestly, I wanted to call you Feeways because it just sounded funny to me. Turnpike. You're from Primetown. Hey, Chad, have you checked Primes recently? Ninja is the mayor of Primetown. I just have to say that. Okay, so that Goblin Scholar did in fact do it. I was correct. But there's a lot of people implicated. And they're also lying about their name, but that much is expected. However, this object's still missing. Good afternoon, Graham. Seems like that goblin got away, but if he comes back, we'll catch him. It's fine. It'll be fine. Seems that another dwarf died trying to seize Copper Tome. Let's see what we found out from this. No new information was revealed. Attis. Let's see how this one goes. You had a bug where everyone who showed up in your fort with a fake name, it was... Oh, really? Like it just showed their names? I wonder if that was a bug, because I know there's a DF hack script that does that, but you would have had to... you would know that you enabled it. I wonder what caused that. Nope. So it wasn't any of those dwarves. They did legitimately just see it missing. Which is kind of wild. I still think my favorite bug discovery I've ever had, my squads have returned, was when I told Tarn in a live stream that vampires were the wrong color. I think it's the only time I've ever heard Tarn legitimately upset about something. Was that, well, vampires are blue. No, they're blue all the time. Not just when you discover them. They're always blue. Also, they're blue. They're not supposed to be blue. All right, Poobert led the attack once again, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in evil barbs. The dwarf Libash apparently was struck down by the Horde Slayer. Okay, so Libash is that color, not because they're one of my dwarves that I killed, but because they're a dwarf that's aligned with my faction that I killed, and one of my dwarves killed them. Goblin was struck down. This may be about to happen a second time. Another dwarf, which is aligned with my faction, whose name was Gale Hatchet, which is a good name. Schmitty sent, took him out. Sergeant Donut took out an evil goblin. Poobert took out an evil goblin. Another goblin was killed by Cole. Diebustin killed another evil dwarf. Pilot killed an evil dwarf. Clashed with 7 goblins, slaying them. Dimma D Wild stole some books. We stole a few books. We also looted treasure and seized livestock. What did we get? 1 beak dog. Good job. Big claps. Dubba dee dubba dwarf. Let's keep working on this pile of things. Question is, can they even get up there? Actually, I don't think they can. That should fix that. Okay, let's go down here. And keep building this. I'll figure out how to power this once I've got it built. They're probably just using, like, the right materials, but I don't trust it. Vivarius, thank you very much for the raid. We've gotten 3 raids today, and I have to say, this is the most raids I've had in a single stream in months. So thank you. Appreciate you. How are we doing on bars? Very short on bars, so let's... let's say, make pig iron, make steel. Just doing a flyby, so have a good time. Cheers, chat. Could you let us know what you guys were playing today? To all the raiders coming in from Ferris and Killtaker and Mitch and as well as Virus. What are you guys up to, if I can ask? Otherwise, regardless, you have a lovely day. So now they can get up to here and finish all this construction. I can feel less dumb. The Dwarf fort? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Did you have a good fort? Anything particularly noteworthy happen? I know it's just a driveway, but okay, so for some reason, I did not clock that these two were also were creatures. Got a lot of werebears. Only to be realized when they died of dehydration. Ah, chopping down the tree is a good way to get them down, generally. At least in my experience. But it's a shame that you only found them after they died of dehydration. Happens to the best of us, unfortunately. We must get the last of these turkeys removed. But hope you had a good Fortin day. And thank you very much again for the raid. Seriously. But to anybody coming in from the raiding party, we are fighting against an army, a dwarven faction that's completely been taken over by necromancers and more or less completely overrun. We're trying to take that back and fight like what we can and acquire as many of those locations back as possible. And what we aren't taking back often my own faction is taken back. Like this was a location that I destroyed, and it was reclaimed by my own faction, which is always a good sign. Child should have learned teleportation. Lazy kid. Or jumping. Maybe easier, I don't know. What do I know, really? We've also got a whole bunch of were creatures. Which I'm allowing some of them to slowly build their own fortress, mostly this one. It's very nice that they're well behaved and don't dig out of the mountain and then destroy my fortress, you know? All right, am I getting a whole bunch of job cancellations? I am. Would you look at that? Human cook necromancer, wrong justice state. Wrong justice state. Does that mean that they should be in prison? How about this? I don't want it to fight in the arena. But what if I let it... Because my dwarves are trying to release it, and I don't really want them to do that. Because it is a were creature, but also a necromancer. What if I let it fight one of the Forgotten Beasts? I really don't like that feature, because it makes me lazy. Like, I genuinely find that feature to be, like there's very few features in DF Hack that I'm like, this is too much information, or I feel like I'm cheating. But that one is wholeheartedly in the region of, I feel like I'm cheating. I know that that's not going to go for everybody, but for me, I think that, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that feature. I think that one kind of really sucks, actually. But yeah, I'm going to let this were creature up here, or this necromancer up here, fight with a Forgotten Beast, and we'll see who wins. What do you think, chat? Is your money on the beast or the necromancer? If you were to bet money on this. The feature that I'm referencing, YouTube chat, is the one that tells you if something is stuck and or starving. Like, to me, that just makes you very lazy. Or rather, it makes me feel lazy, I guess. Because I'm so used to accounting for such things. And I like it whenever I accidentally fuck up and lock a dwarf in a wall. It's like, it wouldn't feel like Dwarf Fort anymore if I let stuff like that happen, I guess. Or if I didn't let stuff like that happen. Unless there's a pile of bodies to animate. I mean, it's a perfectly good execution option, let me tell you. Yeah, I'm curious to see what it looks like as well, but it's so difficult to speculate about that stuff right now, right? Unzipped water. Although I do have a feeling that we're going to get an announcement of something sooner or later, because a new Dwarf Fortress soundtrack is up for pre-order, and as far as I know, hasn't been posted anywhere publicly. I think we're about to get attacked again, probably. Also, there's Kias on the map, and whenever Kias appear on the map, the frame rate gets bad for a minute. But it's back now. More like a shredding zoo, less of a petting zoo. More of a shredding zoo. Yeah, this right here is a stockpile I made that's full of furniture. You don't know how you got here, but you're staying? What do you mean? Were you looking for Dwarf Fort stuff? Because that would be how you got here. Were you watching Vivaris? possible. Am I on Linux? Yes. Why would I not be on Linux? It's not like Windows got better. I've gotten that question a couple times recently. The "Are you still on Linux?" It's like, what? Why would I switch back? What? Okay, so which beast, chat? Let's say red noodle, bug, shell, or that one, seduce dust. Dust, I guess is what we'll call it. Shell, bug, noodle. It took like 4 days to learn it, Shadow Absorber. If anything, it's gotten worse. Like, there's been a few things that, like, occasionally I'll run into issues with Linux, but no more or less frequently than I did with Windows, and I solve them generally quicker on Linux because I just search the issue and someone solved it already on a forum somewhere, and it's fine. So I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. It seems like chat wants me to put the bug out. I'm going to throw the bug out. So here we go. We're waiting for a dwarf to come pull this lever, which frees you. Bug has been freed. Okay. Dwarf Lobster is going to come pull the lever. I'm on Linux Mint. Ah, saw Kib admire the object. It should be Kib the Thresher. Kib Handle Cities is your full name. And they saw Kib Handle Cities. And then for interrogations, this one. This is bad timing. But I'll see if I can do everything. Okay, so you're grabbing Kib. Okay, so they are now both freed. Necromancer comes down, sees Forgotten Beast, runs away screaming. Forgotten Beast comes forwards. It goes, it begins, moves down to where the Necromancer is, and the Necromancer summons a nightmare. This nightmare that it summoned is a very large, feathered ankylosaurid. It has a broad horn with a singular purpose. It seeks to destroy the living. Its lilac feathers are long and sparse. You will know why you fear the night. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast is bleeding. That's step one. It's killed 6 turkeys. 6. I got better at my whole baiting setup. This visitor is apparently ready to leave, and was immediately obliterated by something. Forgotten Beast kicks. The Nightmare kicks the Forgotten Beast. The Nightmare gores. Did you kick? Yeah, kicks the Necromancer with the rear foot, and it's like self-seppuku. Let me just double check my captain status of interrogating. I'm just gonna lock them in here. Then go back over to here. And the fighting continues between the Nightmare and the Forgotten Beast. And it appears that the Nightmare killed the Forgotten Beast. In fact, the Nightmare killed the Forgotten Beast by kicking the Forgotten Beast in the thorax with its rear foot, and an artery was opened by the attack. Yeah, who wins in that instance? Is that the... I would say that the Necromancer had a trap card, so I would give the Necromancer a win, but they did have to sell their soul to do such things. But I don't know, I'd still call that a win for the Necromancer. Seems like a draw to me. All right, we'll call it a draw. Meanwhile, over here, valued honesty. No new information was discovered. Really? So that dwarf didn't do it. That's kind of wild. Well, losing more artifacts, are we? Beast gets points for first blood. But didn't the Nightmare get first blood? Because the Nightmare killed it by kicking it. I mean, the Forgotten Beast certainly started it. But, like... Okay, let's see how these two raising attempts went. Do we have a Forgotten Beast mausoleum? I hadn't really thought about that. Where would I put it? That wouldn't, like, scare the shit out of my dwarves. These are all pretty simple at this point, right? Yeah, not really worth reading. We rampage throughout the location. Stole a dog, stole a horse and a boar. I don't know where I would put it. I'm just kind of looking at the arena here. Because I don't really want to scare the shit out of my dwarves. Their moods are bad enough already. I don't need to make them worse. What if I put a door back here? And then behind here we put this. And it can be... like, we could make like a series of tunnels for all the bodies of the competitors. Maybe? And I could make like little branching paths, maybe. So like first kill would be the Necromancer. Second kill would be the Forgotten Beast. And then seal it off. Something like that, maybe? Although that would be more like a catacombs, like a hall of catacombs. I guess the question is, would we want it to be like a large open space or small cramped spaces is the question there. Because I could do either. Oopsies. How it goes? It's going. Still alive. Still here. Oh. Well, I found, Oh, wait, never mind. It's a different name. We have a Kia that stole an artifact, too, apparently. Fun. All right, what was I doing? Let's just go up to here. Fill this out. Let's do construction stuff, and I'll think about that, and I can get that thing digging once we get a little bit more of this done. Oh, duh. To make an artifact only to set it out for a minute and turn around and a bird take it? I mean, I saw Pet Cat growing up have a mouse stolen that he threw into the air by an eagle. Like, an eagle stole a mouse that the cat threw in the air. Which, I will forever feel kind of bad for that cat. But at the same time, like, he had it coming. I'm gonna use a beak dog as bait. I love just the children picking everything up. It's funny. That is funny. Could have gone worse. Oh, he tried to kill the eagle after the fact. Like, he literally chased that eagle like it had just murdered his best friend. Like, that was maybe the most angry I ever saw that cat. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm in an ad break, so I'll leave the game paused, but we're gonna go make some more of these. Make some more of this. Might just swap over to iron because it's easier. Okay, so I still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so 20 of each, that's easy. We'll just do iron. And now I'm making adamantine ballista arrows. Iron corkscrew. Iron pipe section. And 20 of each. Oopsies, wrong button. Oops. You know, I think that's the first time I've hit that button since I bought this keyboard. I have a volume 0 button. And I was reaching for my numlock button to turn on my numpad, and I hit the turn the volume off. I was like, where did the sound go? But I don't know, cats are kind of like teenagers. They will put their own entertainment and amusement beyond their safety. You know? It's kind of wild, actually, that Saw object was missing, but no idea who did. How about we just interrogate Mas instead? Live Mas. This guy, right there. Not Domas, the dead duck. So, chat, what were you up to this weekend? I know a lot of big games have come out recently. A lot of people have been playing a lot of stuff. I keep like turning around and going, oh wow, another game released. I didn't realize that was out so soon. It's definitely that time of year. Being sick? Yeah. Yeah. I think the one that really snuck up on me was the new Borderlands. Because I'm not going to lie, I didn't know they were making a new Borderlands. I heard like something about like, oh yeah, I know a new Borderlands is coming. Like, oh yeah, duh. But I didn't realize it was like out. It's actually made me feel very out of touch as of late in video games. Oh shit. I think that last dwarf just like admitted to crimes. The subject plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes, to steal treasures and prepare a coup for that person. Well, I will just... There you are, this person. And I will interrogate you over here. Just playing with Lego. I need to... That might be one of my hobbies this winter, is sorting my old Lego. Because my parents, since I like own a bigger apartment than the one I rented for years, my parents have said that they're going to eventually, and they keep saying this like a threat, they're going to give me all my old Lego back. And it certainly seems like a threat whenever they say it. And I think I might just go buy a bunch of Ziploc containers and like slowly, painstakingly sort them. I don't know what I'll actually end up doing with it, but I want to sort it. That's all I really know, is that I want to sort it. You know, I don't actually need as many corkscrews, because I've got so many corkscrews. I mostly just need the pipes. So let's just do 6 of these. 5 of those. Mostly just work on the pipe sections. Let's follow the captain. I think actually it's less that Damon works. I have a theory, because a couple of games I've released recently, and I'm kind of borrowing this theory from Brian Becklew, who's programmer on Caves of Cud. Because he was posting on social media not too long ago about FBC Firebreak. I always want to call it FGC Firebreak, like fighting game community Firebreak. But no, FBC Firebreak, the... I know the name of that. Remedy. The Remedy Entertainment, like, horde mode shooter. Where he was saying, he's like, yo, like, when did this game come out? Why didn't I know about it? Like, I'm the target audience for this game. Like, just a kind of casual, but also kind of tricky, puzzly, like, horde shooter with not a huge amount of content, but that doesn't matter because it's, like, kind of cheaper, and he can just play it with his friends. He's like, I am the audience for this game. How did I not know that this game came out? And I have a theory. Oh shit, Yuvesh was in fact the one who did it. So we did in fact find somebody else who stole that other artifact. It was one of the people who reported it missing, but... Anyway, so the theory is... And the theory that he has as to why he didn't know that it was coming out is he doesn't see ads. He blocks ads everywhere, right? So if you're not getting ads on YouTube, you're not getting ads on social media, you're using social media that doesn't have ads, or you just don't go on social media. And you don't, like, we don't get magazines anymore with ads and catalogs. And then he just kind of like thought out loud in like 5 responses to himself about this, about how he's like, you know, actually, I don't get any advertising anywhere. He goes, so how could you market this game to me? Like buses? Like a billboard near Walmart? Oh, yeah, exactly. Or you don't engage. I think like there is a problem that we have now, which is everybody is like committed and dedicated to using like online advertising to market things, yet nobody sees it. Like, it's just kind of the long-term slow proof that, like, we all know this, that marketing on the internet is dying or dead. Memes on Reddit, sure. But, like, what if you don't go on Reddit? You're just going on, like, whatever Lemmy is. It's Lemmy, isn't it? The, like, federated Reddit-alike thing. Maybe you're just using that now, right? Like, I think for a lot of hardcore people that a lot of marketing companies are used to marketing to, just like are unaware that they're not seeing the marketing because they've just like, they're paying for YouTube Premium, or like they're blocking all ads or whatever. I unless like you're watching streamers, and even then, one of two things has to happen. The streamer that you watch has to happen to get sponsored or decide to play a game, or you like even have to engage with that stuff in the first place. And I feel like marketing itself is becoming like a niche that's unexisting itself slowly. I kind of want to make a symbol on this, but I don't know how to do it. So I'm going to do that after the thing's done. I just want to get the flooring done for right now. Yeah, I don't know. That's something that I've been thinking about recently, where it's just like, I think like I'm certainly like in a similar boat. Like, I'm not the target audience for Borderlands. I'm not going to play a Borderlands game. I don't really care. It's not a game for me, and I acknowledge this. But at the same time, I'm like a little bit weirded out by the fact that I didn't realize it was out. Or coming out, I guess. You did see ads for Borderlands on Twitch? Sure! But you watch Twitch, right? Like, as an example, my cousin, who actually streamed on Twitch for a bit a while ago, huge fan of video games, right? But, like, is a grown-ass adult with a full-time job, and I know blocks a lot of stuff similarly to me. And so I know he's not watching Twitch or YouTube all that much. I wonder if he knows, you know? I'm not gonna lie, that's not unique to the new generations. Torpid not. Torpor not. That's not unique to the new generations. I think what it is a lot of the time is that there's a lot of people that are, I think saying like against ads is maybe the wrong thing. I think there's something to be said for being over-marketed to. And I think that there is a sweet spot in marketing where you can tell people that a thing that they want exists, which generally I think people appreciate, at least I do, kind of. I know that maybe is a weird sentence, but I don't mind being informed that something that I'm interested in is releasing. I think that online and internet marketing specifically has become so specific that we've just become numb to it. Like, it's meaningless now. Like, it's devalued itself to the point where it's meaningless because it's so prolific and everywhere. You learned that Titan Quest 2 released in early access last week, even though it's been out for more than a month? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do that too. Like, I've certainly had points where, like, I'll see a thing that I know is an ad and just kind of ignore it, and then, like, the third time seeing it, like, clock into what it is and go, oh shit, and then suddenly I'm excited for something. Like, yeah, I don't know. We're so used to ads just being scams or fake that, like, Earth and Tactics, also a good name. We're so used to ads being scams or fake that we just kind of ignore them. But yeah, like, seriously, to somebody who never sees ads on the internet, how do you market a video game to them? Like, genuinely. So, yeah, I don't know. I think marketing is just really hard in the current year because of the way we culturally treat the internet these days. You wish you got adverts for video games? Yeah, exactly. There's also the fact that I don't think video game advertising can afford a lot of the platforms that we do actually see ads on. Unless you're like, you know, Madden. Which, again, I would just tune out because I'm not fucking interested in Madden. I don't care about Madden. I saw a sponsored segment on a B1M video, Stone. If you guys don't know B1M, they're actually a really good YouTube channel. They talk about, like, architecture, a lot of high-rises and stuff. It's a pretty interesting channel if you like engineering YouTube, basically. It's one of the better ones out there in my experience. But they had a sponsored segment recently for a attachment for your phone that's a Bluetooth device that uses wireless charging that records conversations and transcribes them. And it's billed as an AI tool thing. And on one hand, that seems like a really useful thing if you do a lot of in-person meetings. Like, not a bad option for note-taking. But also exceptionally fucking creepy. To the point where I'm like, ooh, I don't like that. Like, if you're a reporter, that might be a very useful tool. You know, like, people, like, when you see, like, news media and stuff, they hold their phones up anyway to record stuff. Like, that makes sense. But my God, it's creepy to me. This fort looks so beautiful. Thank you. Hopefully we can paint it red soon. Let's also just keep working on those goblins, I think. Just gonna say, please don't steal livestock. I don't need any more. I mean, we don't need universal translation chips. Like, that's just called an AirPod, dude. Like, although, I'm not gonna lie, Apple with the marketing of the Apple Watch, this Apple Watch saved my life, might be some of the most dystopian shit I've ever seen Apple do. Like, just like yelling about or marketing like the Apple Watch as like a device that tells you when you need to go talk to your doctor or lets you know when you're in trouble is scary to me because it's like plaguing on the fear of people who don't have a doctor. For that without the AI stuff, but it sounds like something that you would have some data selling agreement before you use, or like a monthly subscription on Unzipped Water. I didn't look into it too deeply. But like auto transcription is a certain type of machine learning. It just doesn't necessarily have an AI model attached to it, you know? You know, I remember the first time I saw a car with DLC, and that was a Tesla APOF, and I thought that that was really dumb, and I still think that that's really dumb. Although I guess you could, like... How do you word this? Take that one step further and say, actually, they've been doing that for a while. It's called leasing a car, but I digress. I will say that people jailbreaking their cars and like installing custom firmware on their cars might be the most cyberpunk thing in current reality, though. Like we are, like, you know how we're in the boring dystopia? I think people jailbreaking their cars might be the first like movement in the direction of like we've moved from the boring dystopia to just actual dystopia. Thing is, normal text-to-speech might not be ideal, but at least it maintains confidently. I think the difference between text-to-speech and quote-unquote branded AI models is one of them summarizes it for you. Eh? I mean, because, like, you could do text-to-speech with a local model. And you can also... There's a lot of things you can do locally on not a lot of CPU power. That's pretty simplistic that a lot of phones can probably do. Am I a fan of Tool? Not really. I don't mind Tool. Like, I owned a Greatest Hits album at one point. It was like a best of thing. I've listened to quite a bit of Tool. I've listened to quite a bit of Pussifer and Perfect Circle. Am I a fan of Tool? I like Tool. I don't have anything against them. Forgotten Beast Lure has come. A great skinless salamander. It has a knobby trunk, and it belches and croaks. Beware, its deadly spit. Where is it? It's very far away. The actual dystopia threshold is when the lady's eye implants end of service over Wi-Fi. Wait, what? Is that a real thing that happened, or are you just saying that's when we hit that point? Anyway, it's now fighting with the dinosaur that breathes fire, who can fly, which gives him a slight advantage. The beast down below is now burning. It is enraged at all enemies. While it does have, the ability to burn, it can still fight through the burn, but unfortunately it's just getting kicked repeatedly in the chest. One of those ribs recently actually punctured its heart, and now its guts are flying out and it can't breathe. So I have a feeling that Lure is now dead. Good kill to this creature who's now killed 2 Forgotten Beasts. There's too many tech bros looking to scam folks. I would say there's just people looking to scam people. Like, you can point at tech bros, you could point at technocrats, you can point at just about anything you want. But if you look at history, the term snake oil salesman has existed for a long time for a reason. As long as I can remember, we have been scamming each other. And I think that's just the reality, especially when there's new technology. Grifter gonna grift? No, absolutely. Totally. Although, I don't know about you guys, chat, but if any of you watch Gamers Nexus, I just have to say that I had my TV on last night while I was making dinner, and I had YouTube up just on playing all my subscriptions in order, and I just hear, "Fuck, get fucked, Bloomberg!" And I turned around pretty damn fast. I was like, what? Excuse me? Huh. That's wild, Omerin. Speaking of eyes, my eyes have been hurting a little bit recently. Which means I may need to go see my eye doctor again, and that bums me out. I don't want to get poked in the eyeball again. No, absolutely. I saw a thing fly across my news feed about an AI cryptocurrency recently, so yeah, no, definitely doing works. I love just this bear. He's like the mascot. All right, what'd you do? Aha! The goblin who's definitely not named Stinthad committed 2 crimes. And I will interrogate him again in relation to that crime. So you periodically put on sad OSTs and cry a bit. Have you tried washing your eyes? Maybe lubricating your eyes. Blink a lot. Oh, is now beating the shit out of him. Well, so much for that. Did he admit to anything else after the second interrogation before the brutal beating to death? Nope. Welp. Well done there, Fool Joss. Doesn't feel anything, but did experience trauma. Was disillusioned after punishing somebody with a beating. Oh well. Another case solved with a hammer. Okay, so. Let's also deconstruct this bridge. Go up here. It's this layer up here that I don't know really what to do with. I should just put a roof on it. Maybe put a tower in the corner. But I need more blocks. All of my squads have returned. You picked about a day's walk from a necro tower. Initially, just make a tube of cage traps. Or weapon traps. Clashed with 1,094 blind cave ogres, slaying 8. Are you going to keep asking dumb questions? Because then I can just keep giving you sarcastic dumb answers, Conan. Conan in YouTube chat says, are you going to install Apple's artificial eye and Elon's brain chip and NVIDIA's graphics card? Well, I have an NVIDIA graphics card. Elon's brain chip? No. No, thank you. Apple's artificial eye? Maybe if it works, but I don't believe it'll work and also don't trust it. I'll wait for the Canadian healthcare provided equivalent that doesn't have a name brand on it. No, it's Elon's brain chip. You know, like you buy them in a bag of Lay's. They sang ha in YouTube chat. What's up, Impact? Your tutorials have helped me more than anybody else is getting into the game. Happy to help, dude. Just want to say hi and drop a thanks. Well, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. So the strategic boots attacked the allied seduction of the whimsical immortality at Ronus menaced, and Pubert led the attack. Beyond Spying Canyons of Voicing is his full title, and the defenders were led by the Goblin, Short-Ass Glove Soothed, with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage, and they clashed with 1,194 blind cave ogres, and they slayed 8. They clashed with 1,188 trolls, slaying 8. My cave dragons killed the goblin leader, as well as another goblin and a dwarf. And this may go on for a while. Snowdub was killed by another one of my dragons. It's a chip of Elon's brain. He wasn't using it. Oh, that's funny. No, I have zero intention of installing a startup or big... The Dwarf Asmel Tordox was killed by one of my dragons. That's still fine. The Dwarf Kogan was struck down by one of my dragons. That's still fine. It's just large numbers of Mineras, cave dragons, and other things. So we'll just let this run. Horde Slayer. Uh-oh. One of my dwarves was struck down. Horde Slayer, supposedly the golden sword of axe, was struck down by a cave dragon in the Gleeful Glacier. That's a shame. Clashed with 1,157 Blind Cave Ogres. Clashed with 1,156 Trolls. Clashed with 132 Cave Dragons, slaying 6. Now, did we actually lose Dwarves? That's the question. Yes, we did. Oh well, time to replace them. And get them back to training. Gesso, 17. Thank you very much for the raid. Once again, I think this is the most raids I've had in one stream in months. Thank you. What are we up to today, friends? What were you playing, if I can ask? But appreciate you. But yeah, I have no intention of installing medical devices by a tech corporation. If something is approved by my doctor and covered by my province, then I'd consider it. We're playing Battle Brothers. Ow, did the bros do battle? And did any of... How was the body count? I know how this goes. Actually gonna give my squads a bit of a break, I think. In any game? It's not so much goblins, but goblins can sometimes be friends. Unless you're playing that... What was that one series of games? Styx? Where you play as a goblin? It's not the bane of existence in that game. Necromancers, on the other hand, what are they good for? Oh, you're just the bane of the NPC's existence then, is what you're saying. Fair enough. Well, at the very least, the bros did battle, even though it wasn't as much battle as you would want. Necromancers. Well, they're very romancers. They're very romantic. We can say that about necros. We repotted a bunch of plants and reestablished path for pavers. Oh yeah, I will also say, since we're talking about plants, Brian in YouTube chat, I potted a bunch of plants that I bought because the plant shop that I go to had a sale, which means they had a bunch of plants that couldn't sell because they looked ugly and sad. And I walked past the other day while running unrelated errands and was like, these plants look unhappy and sad. So I'm gonna fix that. I need to join like a plant trading club or something. Problem is all that shit's organized through Facebook and there ain't no way in hell. So. Which is a game where you play as a goblin cleaning a dungeon. Wait, so Viscera Clean Up Detail Goblin Edition? Or less annoying to play? Speaking of Romanoid, you get a break. I mean, you do have 42 kills and 9 notable kills, so you've been busy. You know how you always... We're saying at one point that your dwarves always die too early? Well, hopefully this time you don't. Here's hoping. Because, like, you've definitely become legendary. Or crime scene cleaning game? Gotcha. I love the concept, though, because that would imply that the adventurer is the criminal. That's funny. Like, whoever the player character is, or whoever's, like, exploring the dungeon is the baddie in that instance. That's a funny little detail. That's a funny little detail. I approve of that. It's not the most that we have, Romanoid. I think that the most that we have is Poobert. Poobert's in the hundreds now. What are adventurers if not home invaders? Oh, definitely. I'm not knocking that. I think it's funny, you know, because like we always justify the main character, or often the main character is justified, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are just, if that makes sense. That's in a pot, in a stockpile, trying to set up a seed stockpile. Just make a stockpile only for seeds and remove barrels, and they'll move it eventually. And don't worry if there's like a couple of items that are still in a barrel. It's fine. They'll get to it eventually. You don't need everything done right away. Otherwise, you will go insane. Quogar, thank you very much for the Prime sub, and thanks for the first notification of money in 1 hour. Appreciate you, mate. No, but I would laugh hysterically if he offered. Conan. I am like the anti-Elon fanboy. There's nothing I find appealing about the man. I think he's a laughable idiot, a moron on a bad day, and intolerable on a good day. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't even say that I like the guy if he offered me millions of dollars. I would say, nah. There's nothing about that man that would make me use any of his fucking things. Fuck all of that. I hope he enjoys his ketamine. Hard pass. No, I mean, that's the concept of an anti-hero, right? I mean, often the protagonist is a villain, depending on the perspective. You'd do it for millions if it was a one-off? If it was a public thing, I would say no and then do a bunch of interviews and go on a bunch of podcasts as to why I said no and make a business out of it. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. But I also have the advantage of being an internet personality where I could probably get some traction trying to do that. Okay, I should be able to finish up the pump stack construction now. Really? Am I out of wood, maybe? No, I'm just out of iron, I think. Yeah, we're just definitely out of iron. I'm trying to figure out how to say your name easy. There's just a lot of letters in that name in an order that my brain is like malfunctioning looking at it. I'm just gonna call you Easy if that works. Sage, the chief medical dwarf, is taken by a Fey mood. Let's follow him. I've seen a lot of very similar cat emotes today. I'll say that. Pilot is named their steel shield. Oh, that's interesting. That probably means that there's a big criminal network going on in the local settlements. That's probably what that means. Although, are you still using 10 trillion mods, or are you playing in a more sane save file these days? I mean, the only thing that... Okay, since we're still bashing Elon, the only thing that the man has legitimately done is he made an okay web-based product that was literally just the yellow pages, but on the internet. And that was a pretty okay piece of software. That's about it. That's a lot of bones. It was after the cloth. Boulders, yarn cloth, okay. Bones. What's going on, right, Egg? Yourself? He is a financier who is an actual tech guy. I mean, you can't discount the fact that he did do some programming in his time. But yeah, he is primarily a financier professionally. But that's like saying that, like, yeah, I wrote a Python script that worked once. Granted, like, all of that experience that he has is from decades ago. He did do some stuff at one point. Not particularly well, but he did stuff. But no, to the guy with the GD Vance meme profile picture in the YouTube chat, no, I will not take his money for any reason. I'm good. Thanks. All right. You need rough gems, methinks. Which we has. Right after metal bars. Cloth, bone, bars. What's next? Bones. Okay, so we just need to wait for another animal to get slaughtered. Nope. I have not. Egg the Viking. I didn't even turn my computer on yesterday. Well, I did yesterday, not the day before or the day before that, though. I kind of just vanished off into my own world for a few days, and it was lovely. You've acquired Rambone, First Blood. Big dog leather. Dwarfing's been pretty good. No complaints so far. I'm sure I'll find something to complain about, but nothing yet. Yeah, it's neat. There was something about there's something about clips performing at the Vatican that I find genuinely hysterical, but they're not the first concert I've seen perform at the Vatican. That seems odd. Ever not eat something for a week or two and then find yourself appreciating it more? No, I haven't had plain beans, rice, and broccoli with salt and butter on it in about 3 years, and I think I would appreciate it just about as much as I did when I was broke and that was the only thing I had to eat. I didn't. But, sure, certainly, yes. Not with everything, but with some things, definitely. It's certainly going to be valuable. It's 480 currently power. Was that? I thought I saw one that was like entirely silver or something. Maybe it was just those three. No, it was the marble I was seeing. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost there. A millstone. I don't have any millstones. Quite literally. Don't have a single millstone in this fort. So no, I can't. There's a meal that I have every once in a while around my birthday that I've done twice now, which is a fancy dinner, which I appreciate more both times I've done it. So, instead I will name this table Tom. That's what you get, Argo. Yeah, I didn't say anything, but Dwarf naming was up and available here on Twitch for like over an hour. Now we have a table named Tom. How many floodgates, actually? Oh, I'm screwing this up. This is the layer that's supposed to be where we go. Chief Medical Dwarf has created Nakuth the Wood, a malachite bed, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. A malachite bed, you say? We'll read that in a second. But first, I'm just going to do this. Let's dump Jump over to this. No. I'll just place it somewhere. Where should I put this bed? I kind of want to put it in the hospital. Well, they won't be able to steal it once it's constructed. I just have to construct it. I'm gonna... Where is my mayor's bedroom? You can have it, I think. I have to wait for it to finish getting hauled first. This is a malachite bed. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted... It is encrusted with oval malachite cabochons and rectangular chert cabochons, and decorated with sheep's bone and encircled with bands of turkey bone and bismuth, bronze, and octagon cut amber opals. This object menaces with spikes of beak dog leather. On the item is an... Oh, I was like, where are you putting it? Storing item in vehicle. They're putting it over there. On the item is an image. Where was I? It is encrusted with malachite cabochons and rectangular chert cabochons and decorated with sheep's bone and encircled with bands of turkey bone and bismuth, bronze, and octagon cut amber opals. This object menaces with spikes of beak dog leather. On the item is an image of 2 hyenas in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of a giant rat in amber opal. Dying on you? What does dying on you mean? As in, like, they just happen to die when they're, like, hanging out? I don't understand. I think I clicked the wrong bed. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean by dying on you. Like, not literally on you, but dying while you're playing. I getcha. But well done, Sage. New bed for the mayor. That's a pretty cool looking bed, actually. It's a pretty cool looking bed. Well, it's good to know that people are making games where characters can die, because under your watch, because I'm not gonna lie, Fire Emblem has kind of outstayed its welcome for me. Okay, so that needs doing and that needs doing. You can get filled in. You can get built there. 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 And so because those need doing, I can do this and this. All right. And then I get to figure out what I'm going to do at the top. Please die next to me, not on me. Thanks. All right. Goblin Scholar is visiting. Why do I not trust you? Hey, chat, let me know if this dwarf discovers anything with the Goblin Scholar. I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. Yeah, right. So, in regards to the scholar, what'd they do? Espionage, I presume? They dropped the book, you say? Ah. Under the influence of Box Lulmaline. Oh, interesting. They were corrupted by Box. So we have to keep an eye out for somebody named Box. And then arrest that goblin when they come back. Who already left. But they dropped the book, you say? Well, not one that I can still see. Hold on. Speaking of dropping things. That's my Warhammer that was stolen. Okay. Shouldn't you be over here? I guess they should. I don't know how that got back there, but... Someone set up an server that you can SSH and watch the entirety of Sneakers with subtitles, rendered in a grid of... Okay, so, do you mind, like, going into my Discord somewhere and throwing the SSH command into my Discord? Because I might need to do that after stream. Just for, like, 5 minutes, just to say that I did. Because that is very funny. That is a lot of native silver. Like, a lot of native silver, actually. What's up, GOT Dusty? Why'd you got so dusty? It's the best question I got, I don't know. We should be almost there. Oopsies. Goddess Todd, thank you very much for the 33rd month. Welcome back. All right, that's it. So, with all that done... has been moved from its proper place. Again? That was fast. Wait. Well, no, is that us finding it? Because it's definitely still there. We must have arrested whoever had it. That's funny. It was on the fishman that was executed by the kobold? Oh, really? Okay, I didn't realize it was in their inventory. Appreciate you for pointing that out, because I probably would have noticed that, maybe? Eventually, anyway. Speaking of noticing things eventually, I could probably cage these two up. So they're probably going to go get cages. But I hope that you had a good weekend. Goddess Tot, and thank you very much for the 33rd month. Just as a reminder to everybody, because I basically haven't mentioned this at all, it is September, so if you subscribe for multiple months in advance, you do get a pretty hefty discount right now, which is a annual sale thing that Twitch does. And also, I think it's the 25th of the month. It's towards the end of the month. They'll be doing the bonus subs thing again, so I'll match subs that day, whenever that day rolls around. it's one of some of the last few days of the month. There is a incentive to gift subs, so I'll probably match a bunch of subs those days. And now they all get put into cages. We now have a mummy in a cage, which is kind of crazy, actually. The Book of Ignorance. Okay, I would like to know. The rollers are made of sylvite. Written on the item is an essay entitled The Book of Ignorance. It's just a bunch of tweets. Arga over here. It's caging up the other dwarf. I think it's Valorant that sponsored the event again, which was kind of funny because, like, they had a Twitch partners like roundtable thing where they talked about a bunch of stuff and announced stuff early, because they sometimes do these Q&As, right? And it was kind of funny because somebody's like, "What happens if we ban Valorant?" And they were like, "We need to look into that, actually." It's like, any questions? It's like a niche scenario question, but what happens if we ban Valorant? We're in an ad break, so I'll wait. The Book of Ignorance seems like something that it would be like the coffee table book or like the toilet seat book version of like a brief history of the human race. Like just art, like a brief history of human culture. It's called The Book of Ignorance and Stupidity. It's my memoir, actually. Sorry, I'm changing what this book is multiple times in a sentence. Isn't that what they call the IQ books? I don't know what an IQ book is, so. No idea. Or QI, not IQ. I have no idea. I've never heard of that, so. British TV show? Oh, okay. Gotcha. That would probably be why I haven't heard of it. Hey. So I think I'm going to use overflow water from my well to power these. Because that would be very easy to do. Actually, why don't I just go all the way across? I'm going to dig this way until I hit water. It's not letting you upgrade your sub. I'm not sure then. Are you trying to do the sub in advance kind of deal? Because what it did the last time I did that was it just like basically canceled the sub, and then when it renewed, it was at the higher amount. But I don't know. You also have to remember, I'm not want to sub at tier 2. The thing you got to remember is I'm not Twitch tech support, so if something is not working, I'm honestly never going to be the person who's going to be able to tell you why it's not working. It's like I can make educated guesses, but that's about all I can really do. That's not true, Demon Works. That's actually kind of a gross mischaracterization. In reality, I think Twitch has some of the best actual tech support out there, you won't get a response, but they actually still have humans employed running their tech support. But like if there's something wrong with like your ability to give them money and you're not banned for some reason, it's not hard at all to get responses from Twitch, surprisingly. Got a free sub and you didn't know? See, now that's a problem. We must go to Twitch tech support. This is crazy. How dare they not pay for this? Thank you very much. Appreciate you, mate. I would try and refresh the page. I don't know what's... Like, I shrug. You have until the end of the month to upgrade it. Because I've upgraded... Well, I've extended subscriptions by 6 months on like 4 different channels. And it's been fine. And here I am again, thinking the game was on pause and wondering why it was taking so long for that dwarf to get here. Oops, that's not where I wanted that. I wanted that one earlier up. Right there. Sack 300, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. It doesn't say on the site. It should. If you're referring to like these guys? Size and fit. Oh wow, it doesn't. That's a good point. It doesn't say. Let me tell you. Because usually... That is kind of weird, actually. I'm not sure. I will be completely direct. I do not know. I presume... Okay, hold on. Let me check something. I'd presume they'd be 3x3, which would be like yay big. But yeah, for some reason it doesn't have the size options on those ones. They should. I don't know why they don't. I don't know. What is that question in relation to? Sad LH. It happens to the best of us, Lanix. Oh, as in, like, Dwarf... Like, you're thinking about starting to play Dwarf Fortress again in the beginning of November? Is that what you mean? Big updates. We are expecting big updates to Dwarf Fortress, currently. But there's kind of an asterisk to that, which is we have absolutely no freaking idea when they're going to be out. And from talking to Kit Fox, I don't think Kit Fox knows either. So we're expecting a couple pretty large updates. But it's kind of, shrug? Who knows? Because I certainly do not. If I did, that would make my job a lot easier, and I guess I'm not afforded that luxury at the moment. Whenever it's ready. That's usually how it works. We've got a bunch of criminals, including one. It's got a name in quotations, which means I already know that they've committed crimes. A lot of work when you're the captain of the guard, I see. All right, Cappy, what are you up to here? It'd be mighty ironic if my captain of the guard stole this item. Certainly, but I think it should also be like... I feel like there should also be some, how do I word this? Communication behind the scenes. Like, this is very much me being a self-entitled influencer, I guess. I've done this for a long time, and I've had the pleasure of working on many games over the years. Or working around, I guess. Working on is maybe a bit of an incorrect statement. And because I've been fortunate enough to do that, I've also seen a number of games over the years that have had different kinds of lead-ups for games. And I think that it's okay to go dead and quiet for a while. But when there is something coming up, they should, or rather, ideally, I would want to know and be told. So that I'm not the only one shouting that there's a thing that just happened when a thing happens. I want the people who make the game to make the audience aware of it. Because that makes my job way easier, and then instead of me having to try and worry about... Oops, I just arrested the wrong person. Me having to try and worry about communicating with the entirety of the audience, it's the developers that do the majority of that, and I just add on to it, if that makes sense. But right now, it kind of feels like whenever there is an update, the developers just kind of be like, by the way, there's an update! That's the crime that you're convicted of. Gotcha. It's from a while ago. If that makes any sense. Because, like, I get people in my comments section pretty frequently telling me that I'm the only reason they know stuff happens, and that's a bad thing. Like, people, affectionately referring to me as, like, the unofficial official communication for Dwarf Fortress is, like, a sign of a problem that could be fixed. And I think there's a lot of reason for that problem. But there's not so much we can do. Yeah, and also that then becomes a problem because then people come to me for things and say, when's the next update? And all I can say is, because legitimately I don't know. I'll find out exactly when you find out. But sometimes I, from the inside, don't feel like the people working on the game necessarily know. All right, Cappy, why are you just standing there? Starting to think you're thinking about stealing that artifact from me. Still no migrants. That's the actual concerning thing about this. Is we haven't been getting any migrants. What's up, Punch Man? Just work on the power for this. So you go all the way up to here. I'm going to put one there. And a bridge there. And then here, we're going to put walls and walls. Walls up to there. And I'm also going to need to put flooring right here. Then down at the end here, I'm going to do smooth. And we'll fortify the center one. Also going to go up. Because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in 2 drawbridges here. One at the beginning and one at the end. So that when I turn the power on, it all turns on at once. And also so I have an emergency, oh god, I fucked up, off switch. Because that's important. Okay, so this is going to go up to here. Oh, wow, I screwed this up pretty bad. Okay, good thing I checked. How's your squad going? Which one was yours? Pretty good. Still training. You want to be with family and take a break, probably. But you got a kill. Definitely the up-and-coming squad. Very legendary. I could send you guys out to go do something. Go stunt on some fools. Let's go fight in the hills of Shake Shot. Good luck, dwarves. But pretty good, I would say. Most of my squads are doing pretty good, honestly. Currently, I'm just working on getting some power so that I can get some lava up and running. Okay, so you're getting that constructed. And then I can go up to here and start installing mechanisms. I'm assuming you meant to say hotkeys and not making a joke about me being Canadian. I don't know shit about hockey, so if that's what you're hoping to get an answer about, I don't know. In fort mode, I mean, I actually don't use that many hotkeys. It's mostly just like go up and down is all I use, which is E and C by default. Adventure mode is more hotkey focused in the current game. I think so. Clockwork? Let me double check. Yes, you do. In fact, still have a dwarf. And then let's go here and see if we have any wood for water wheels. I do. Okay, so I'm suddenly suspecting my captain of the guard did that, because that was the artifact they were staring at. It was, in fact, my captain of the guard. Question is, can I interrogate them? I have to swap out the captain of the guard, too. I'm gonna give it to Frankenbold. Just gonna go assign all the captain of the guard stuff to Frankenbold. Although, the real question is, can I remember where your other rooms are? Because that's not yours, that's not yours. Oh, whatever. Oh, right, yeah, because you're in this screen, I always forget. Oh, now you're going to run around and pick up all the equipment. That sucks. See who you give it to. You're just going to drop it off the side of the map, aren't you? I wonder if I forbid it. No. Now we wait. Was seen being passed to a thief. Well, at least they saw them. Seems like the human Dr. Dismal thingy has been accused of stealing my artifact. Philly was accused of assisting, and that's not related to the one that we just witnessed. You must have done that in the middle of everything. I'm gonna tell all of my squads to go murder this zombie. The other one was also seen being stolen. That one was done by the captain. Question is, can they get to it? You hate being outside in the rain? You just need better rain gear, mate. It is pretty normal for hunters to get depressed, yeah. For similar reasons that it's pretty normal for soldiers to get depressed. They spend all their time in areas that they don't like. And Fool Joss is also getting arrested. Problem is currently my captain of the guard bold is running around equipping everything. And now they're going to start chaining people up. Stealing my stuff. Did I tame a bunch of drakes? I have no ducks in this fort that I'm aware of. There are some cave dragons, but those are not drakes. I know that this is me arresting a mom, not the baby, but it did look like that dwarf that we were just arresting a baby. Now we've got a Captain Kobold. Who's gonna go chain up the old captain of the guard. You make baby-sized handcuffs. That's a funny mental image. That is a funny mental image, that. Okay, well, this will improve your mood because you're repentant. Well, they weren't able to successfully make Fool Joss comply in the convicting of Fool Joss as a criminal. I may just go back to locking everything up. Hold up. So Jerry the World Eater is stealing an artifact, and the person who's reporting the crime is the one taking the artifact? I'm sorry, but something's off with this scene. Like... Anyways, he's dead now. I caught me red-handed. It was just like, Thief! It must be like an inside job. They're here to... Hateful after being confined. Oh my god, man. That's a bit intense. Anyway, so Jerry the World Eater was witnessed by... It's like it was an inside job. He turned him over at the last minute, but we killed him, so... Sorry, Jerry, but you're getting arrested now after praying to Treasure Vault. The little kobold's gonna come and get you. Truly terrifying. Or somebody else will, I don't know. Alright, what the fuck was I doing? Right, working on this. Okay, so this is all the way up to the top. So it's 6:30, which means I need 7 water wheels. I also need to go around the edges and seal it all up. Not with tower cap logs. I need to go with blocks. Because I'm going to be pumping lava. Can't do it that way. If I do it that way, then... I mean, I could go all the way up and down and dig out the top and bottom, but we'll just do it this way. And then I'll do a second pass. Actually, you know what? This is probably the faster way to do it. Let's go all the way down and all the way up like this. Building all the way across and blocking the whole way. Which I don't actually want to do. And then go here, and then go all the way up, and then just deconstruct all of it instead of doing it one layer at a time. Except for that one that I don't want constructed just yet. Oh, I don't take kobolds lightly. Chat is the one that's, like, bewitched by their supposed adorable features. In reality, they're maniacal little monsters that are there to see you die and suffer and all of your belongings confiscated. Okay. And while all this is working, I will go into here and grab you. So that's 200, 300 power, 400 power, 500 power, 600 power, 700 power, 800 power. Excellent. And then I want to go through to here. And I also need to wait because there's an ad break. But during the ads, I will go up to here. Too high. So maybe this is a cool looking fort, but it's one of the more confusing forts that I've made to navigate. Just from my perspective, it's like harder for me to keep track of where everything is than a lot of forts that I've done. Just because it's so vertical. They're harmless until they steal your grandmother's jewelry. And then she stabs you because she thinks that you're a thief. Enemy. Typically, they're not that good at it, yeah. I've tried to let kobolds steal things from my fortress, but... Let's interrogate Fool Joss. Right. We'll not remember this for a while. No new information was gathered, so I guess that's good. Let's see if you can actually equip that weapon. Hello, Hangman. How are you? How's things? You could just buy your own. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal, man. Not gonna lie. I really hope that we trade with the Mountain Home this year and actually get migrants, because we haven't gotten migrants in a long time. Like, kind of an uncomfortably long time. All right, I'm actually... It was fun having this kobold as the captain of the guard, but I don't think they're a very good one. So I'm actually going to swap the hammerer and the captain of the or rather, the dungeon master. Yeah, we'll just do that. Because I need a dwarf who can equip all these weapons, otherwise that is just going to get stolen. Or actually, hold on. Why don't I make Lanix the captain of the guard? Why don't we do that? Because if Lanix is the captain of the guard, Lanix will actually have some jobs that Lanix can do. Which may actually be good for Lanix. Because, like, they'll be strong enough to do the task. I'll just have to check in on them in a minute and see if they actually equipped the right weapons. I think I went too far down. And then up here, this needs to get floored off. And this needs to get floored off with something else. And then you. Now the tedious bit. Kiddo, why are you on this side? What are you doing? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Oh wait, never mind. You're not actually on the wrong side. You were about to be, but you're not yet. Regardless, I should actually dig through that. Then over here, let's go all the way down. So, chat. How are you? Much work done, now relaxing. How's yours? My weekend was very not productive, but very relaxing. I haven't had a weekend to myself since the beginning of August, so that was good. Aside from, like, camping stuff, but I haven't had, like, just time home alone for a while. So I got to catch up on things and made a bunch of pickles. Been watching my YouTube channel for a while. Thought you'd come into a stream. Well, hello! The Hand of Fate. That was a video game that was really cool and ahead of its time. You know, I have this... I think about the game The Hand of Fate pretty frequently for one specific reason. I remember a Total Biscuit video where he was talking about the concept of making a single-player, run-based card game being novel. And it's like... Man, in some ways, Hand of Fate was really ahead of its time. Like, you know? Like, that game was really ahead of its time. Like, extremely ahead of its time. Took down the horn from your TV dish this weekend? As in, like... You no longer have... How do I word this? TV? I'm confused. Like, what does taking down the horn from your TV dish mean? Hand of Fate walks so that Inscription could run. Oh, actually very much so. Now that I never even thought about those two being similar, but yeah, I guess. Frustrated because your commute home was delayed by Neanderthals putting rocks on the train tracks. You know, I had this conversation with somebody relatively recently about, like, safety between, like, mopeds and, like, electric bikes making bike lanes more dangerous. And I have this stance now on electric bikes, which you guys might think is kind of problematic. And that is when the biggest problem with urban society is that some of the electric bikes go way too fast and need speeding tickets. When that's the biggest problem in society, I think we're doing pretty well as a society. Like, I don't think I'm jumping the gun saying that. The Walk Dead. Hide while you still Dwarf. Well, that's concern. So that is a way into the fort. I need to go here and do something. All right, now that I've done all that, let's go up to where the power is actually going to run. Which is right there. That's a way into the fort too. This is a way into the fort as well. Also, this can... Oh, geez. There's a lot of holes in this fort at the moment. Like a lot, actually. Okay. Thankfully, they're just very slow zombies. Me have a guess at the total hours I have in this game? You know, you have almost exactly the same name as somebody else who's a very frequent chatter in this chat, Letterin. Well, according to Twitch chat tracker, I have like 11,000. But that's not accurate. Because it doesn't count the time before I streamed this game. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine beyond that number. My second question is, why does it matter? Like, who cares? Because, like, Steam only came out in 2022, and I started streaming this game in 2018. But, like, it's also not accurate, because that's just all the time that I've been live and in the directory. That doesn't count any time I've been recording, and it also counts time that, like, I'm just talking and not playing. So it's like, it's not accurate. So realistically, it's just a pointless nonsense number. Okay, well, I think the best way to do this is to just put my whole army right here. Cool. Lanix has the right weapons equipped. That's funny. The Dwarf Eye Lady just has a shield equipped. What else do you need, really? If it works for the blockade, it'll work for that Dwarf, that's for sure. I think I'm just going to tell the squads to go station right here. Let's just clean up these zombies. They aren't going to stand a bloody chance. Seems like Udib is leading the charge. Member of the Walls of Color. No shield equipped, but who needs that? Younger sister's also in the military, chases through the first of many zombies. Didn't get the kill, however. Now it appears that the very ballsy Sacred Pearl, Uvesh, is charging forwards with her shield. She's striking the dwarf corpse in the lower body with a steel shield. Which is enough to kill things, it seems. Now leading the charge is Edict. Blaze Chambers, the Brass Pax, who has several kills under her belt, as you can see, is also my bookkeeper and slashes the Mark's dwarf corpse in the body with her named short sword, which is definitely executing them faster than they can continue to move. We can see body parts flying into the air. Glorious. Cole, the armored worker of Gloom, who's also got 80-something kills under their name. There's nothing faithful about a cat, though. That's an oxymoron. Hey, chat, you guys got to get better at this whole redeeming. Arga's redeemed the last 3. I think it's 3. At least 3. Charging through, and yet another zombified dwarf flies into a billion little tiny pieces. And the dwarves are moving forwards. Romanoid with 40-something kills. Charges through, and I think that's all of them. All right, dwarves, get back to work. And also, actually, let's just get everybody to update stuff that they're wielding. Let's turn the burrow back off and continue work. So I can go over here, grab you, do this. Go up to here, grab that, grab this, go across. I hope that we were quick enough that time to actually be able to trade. I missed trading the last year. And then down here, I want to pull this lever. Which shouldn't take too long. And above that, right here, I want to channel down. And a caravan has arrived. Yay, we made it. Huh?
Cheese for everyone!
Different than a caravan, but close. Good guess. Oh, I turned the burrow on, of course. Your boy can't catch a break, can he? The Swamp Titan, it's Shrek, Stral Inalimif Atho has come. A huge scaly capybara. It has a long, curly tail. I'm just trying to get caught up on chat here. Vlokrock, by the way, it's good to see you. I'm even more confused now. How have I ended up with two people with almost... So I've got Lederan, but I also have Ladrann. It's two separate people in my chat. That's gonna kill me. That's gonna absolutely obliterate me. Anyway, it's got webs. It's also kind of in an awkward place. I do have a squad of Marks Dwarves, though. So we have hope. Especially because it's about... Actually, I'm just going to tell them to all go down to right there and see where it is. Strap bottoms to something tufts. Well, that sucks. It's killing my caravan. Boo! Ah, that's awful. Ah. You big bully. How dare you? At least the names are different colors, not on my screen. It's like the double Spider-Man meme.
Bring out your dead!
Okay, so Killer of Osod is on top of it and dying webbed. And is now dead. Secondly, right here is Zareza, right behind it. Who's underneath it, and actually is getting a good number of hits in. In fact, he's stabbed it in the lower body with a spear. The real important question here is... why is every single dwarf in the entire fort running outside right now? That's the real important question at the moment. We got bagged moisture, we got you. Who's now webbed. Hopefully, though, the Swamp Titan has lost the ability to stand, which is going to hurt its ability to hit. So Reza's no longer webbed, but Katten, my other dwarf there, is now no longer with us. So that's 2 down. Where the heck are my Marks Dwarves? It's like you have a crossbow. Why are you not using it? Oh, I see. The rest of the military is down here. Well, that's dumb on my part. I was kind of hoping I'd catch it on a hill. Then we'd actually have the advantage, but... Killer of Osod and Katten were both found dead. And the Spearmaster stabbed the Titan in the head with a steel spear. Which could be literally any of them. Could it be you? Nope. Could it be you? Nope. I thought I already checked you. I did. Well, one of the dwarves got it. Could have been many of them. Was it Zareza who got it? Oh, it was Zareza. I put on exponential. I put on an exceptional item. It pleases me. He's very happy about the clothing he recently acquired after stabbing this creature in the brain. Is that the third Is that the third caravan? Yeah, there's 3. I think there's actually 4 factions that I trade with. Well... I kind of want to memorialize that. Oh, wait, no, I should keep it forbidden for the time being. You injured? Nope. Okay. Also just got to go up here so that those bodies can get buried. Honestly, 2 dead in a situation like that, not all that bad. That could have gone so much worse. So much worse that could have gone. Hopefully not, because then we'd have to listen to the same song written slightly differently 85 times. A Clockwork Dragon. Neezer, thank you very much for the 29th month. Rather, 30 months. Wait, what?
Calcium.
It says resubscribe for 30 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 29 months. Twitch, which is it? Which is it? Do tell. I would like to know. You don't use Monster Hunters. Monster Hunters exist and then usually die stupidly somehow randomly. I'll recruit them if they ask, but no. No, I do not. Although I tend to not have many visitors in my forts. This is the first fort I've done in years that has had many visitors. Well, maybe not years. Maybe this year. Okay, got a lot of stuff actually I just kind of want to sell. Just everything that's large, just get rid of it. Mostly because I have no use for it. Okay. Just gonna keep requesting logs. And they want armor. Well, they'll get that this year, and probably next year as well. Hey, kiddo! Didn't you commit a crime here at some point? Hold up. That name seems familiar. Probably also just interrogate them. Yeah. See what Lanix can do. Who crimed here? Who hasn't? Is the real question. I had to arrest my captain of the guard. Said 29 for you? Well, who knows then? 'Tis a mystery. I like the fact that this dwarf has one working hand, so they're teaching miscellaneous object to everybody because they only have one working hand. Yeah, and then I had to fire him because she wasn't capable of interrogating people. Even though she has good speech skills, which I think is funny. You heard me, Arga. Come on. They were cagey and refused to comply. Well, at least they'll leave now. I'm now having to train up my captain of the guard again. Actually, did Fool Joss get out of prison yet? Because if Fool Joss got out of prison, I should just make them into the captain of the guard again. Nope. Just in prison and hateful. A lot of shields I should sell. Just gonna let them trade. I'll pause if something else happens. We're in an ad break though. And thank you, B. Shush, I don't need your logic, Caesardes. Solid attempt, but mild failure. Arga. Sometimes I respond to things and forget that I should probably acknowledge what I'm responding to. You'd think that after all this time I'd be kind of good at this job, but sometimes I feel like I'm not. Actually, you know what? I don't want those. Just give me your books. And the cheese. And that's too heavy, so... I was gonna say, do they have anything in cages? I'll just buy that copper cage off you. That's the second one. Let's go to the top one. But one of the factions I won't be able to trade with because because they got killed by the Titan. Now this stuff's way too heavy. They're just losing far too much value. It's all them cut gems. Some of these are pretty expensive, to be honest. I can also trade... Oopsies. Totems. Of which I got many. I mean, it straight up doesn't work on Linux systems later on, so that's how I feel about it. Like, not under Proton or anything. You can see how the dead would make good trading partners. Yeah. The all-in worked. There you go, Shadow. Well done. Sometimes big bets pay out big. Yeah, I was hoping they'd put out a patch or something. You got something. Oh, in the tickets investing. Success, I say. The other thing I gotta check is, am I pouring water into this right now? Aha! We is. Now the question is, am I dumping water everywhere? I kind of am as well. Let's get this blocked off. Mm-hmm. But now it's too heavy, which is kind of understandable. Only 140 too heavy, though, so I can just buy this Peter Cage, and that'll be fine. The problem is they're still losing even... They brought too many diamonds. Look at me bringing stuff for encrusting. Being all fancy. All right. Let's finish this sucker off. And make sure that these dwarves are getting tombed. Oopsies. Another Forgotten Beast, What Breathe Fire, has come. A enormous skinless Petrosword has 3 stubby tails, and it is slavering. Looks friendly. Fatadium is the name of the game. Sad LH. It kind of looks like a more RTS-y black and white, but also seems pretty unfinished. I think, from my perspective, it just doesn't seem sandboxy enough to really appeal to that audience. Which is kind of a bummer, because I am in that audience. All right, let's just finish this sucker, because that thing can't get to me right now. And this really takes the priority currently. So let's open this end. And then wait for this to pass. Feels more like a real-time Civ game. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That could be a very neat little game. Also, I think you're just describing an RTS. If you're on Linux, don't even bother. Like, none of the animations function properly on Linux. None of the pathing works properly on Linux. It's, like, unplayable. It's just a game that was sitting on my wish list for, like, 5 years or something. Because it is promising looking, but... That bad? Yeah, no, like, straight up doesn't run. I mean, it has 58% positive reviews right now. Yeah, it's unsupported according to Steam Deck compatibility. They sent me a key for it, so... I didn't even bother streaming it when I tested it and was like, oh yeah, no, this is, like, non-functional. Okay, so I'm now swapping these levers. And this second one down here will release the water. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's it. I'm just going to lock these things in a room. Stormwall, fly! Rip Stormwolf. Hold on. Who's suspect? You seem less suspect. You, on the other hand... What's your name? Pilgrim. Got it. We'll just go by Pilgrim. You paid $8 for Peak and got all 42 achievements. Yeah, that's a game that took them 3 months to make. Sometimes you don't need to overcomplicate things. Which I realize is kind of ironic because I'm playing Dwarf, but... completely misjudged the subject's character. Well... it's okay, I'll just simply... interrogate you for everything until you confess. And up here, deconstruct this, deconstruct this. But seriously, Gigma, thank you very much for the 19th month. Check, gonna get a round of beers. Necrontier, I'll have you know, you almost died to a titan with webs. You stood right in front of it while it died. Which is impressive, if you ask me. Gig is in fact still alive and still is in fact the mayor. It's a pretty long-term gig, if you ask me. But yeah. Lanix just completely obliterated that dwarf. That's what you get for committing a crime here. Ah, okay. The dwarf pilgrim, blah, 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 corrupted nut dealer in order to have an agent in Colorbeard. Not who I was expecting, but... Go beat the criminal and then arrest them if we can. Sent them flying. That's impressive. Chain them up. And let's throw a door over here. Went through my hours since the first of the month. As of 120 hours booked. How many hours a day average is that? That's a lot. I mean, I felt like I was going nuts when I spent, like, between streaming and then editing that video, about 70 hours of work in a week. All right, steal that. Good luck. All right, let's go down into here. Oh, Jesus. I knew what I needed to do to make that not happen, and I didn't do it. Grumble. It'll be fine. Well, it'll drain. Don't worry. There you go. So it should stop overflowing now. Yep, there it goes. It's totally fine now. Just got the timing off. So now naming a short sword. And I also have to hope that this doesn't drain fully. Which I'm a little worried it might. Looks like it's draining pretty quick, actually. Necrontier has a dwarf. Why would you name a dwarf who didn't die? What? So, what are you doing, Bone Doll? Also, I've said this dozens of times since changing how the dwarf redemptions work. The idea is that people don't gift dwarves anymore. So, I'm just going to refund that one. Because they're extremely cheap. They're extremely cheap and on a short cooldown. So if somebody wants one, they'll just go redeem it. I don't understand, man. Got to run, Gigmoth. Cheers, mate. Okay. Well, the good news is this is fully powered. The bad news is it might not be fully powered for very long, because this does appear to be draining. So, what I have to do is expand upon it. And what I think I'm going to do is this. So I think this side will be fine. No, I said he didn't. I specifically said did not die. Was face to face with a Titan and did not die. So besides, like, the reason I refunded that is I redid the pricing structure and the frequency so that there was no point for people to gift them anymore, because people gifting dwarves got extremely complicated and difficult for me to follow. And I don't want to deal with that as a system anymore. So can we, like, stop doing that as a community? Please? It was the entirety of the reason why I, like, stopped doing that. And changed all the rules. So, you know, be cool if we could do that. I'm not looking at you, I'm looking at, like, Bone Dolphin. It's got nothing to do with you. I literally showed your dwarf on screen and said that you're still... Anyway, I give up. I think this will probably be easier, just going this way. If anybody's confused, I'm harvesting water out of an aquifer. Does it? Well, I will rename it then. I'd swear that I removed that, but I guess I didn't. That's on me then. But regardless, that was the whole purpose behind me making them cheaper, because I got tired of people. Yeah, you're right. I got tired. I got tired of people saying, I want to give away a dwarf, and then trying to run a giveaway and nobody participating, or like telling somebody who already had a dwarf or a thing that they need something. It's like, no, if you want something, just redeem it. If you don't want something, don't redeem it. And that's just the easier way of doing it, which is, I guess, kind of a cop-out, but... It's just significantly less complicated. That's all. Okay, so that half is done. Oopsies, don't do all that. Just the one. Neil, thanks for the raid. This is literally the most raids I've had in a single stream in this month. Maybe last month's too.
Neil TV wave Neil TV good Neil TV raid. Let's
The fuck
bring in
I
some
doing
fun.
and how I doing? I
Neil
doing
TV
okay.
raid, Neil
I'm
TV, good
making
Neil
a
TV
source
raid.
of water flow without flooding my thing. Ideally. And Neil, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to today? How was thing? I trust thing was good. Yeah, no kidding. It's the most we've gotten out of it in a while. It's okay. The shoutout command has to pay its rent too. Yeah, this is getting a little less optimal, but it's fine. All of these wet spots are creating water for me. There's a good few of them, it turns out. Same with all of these. So slowly this thing will just populate with water and eventually assist with this. Adam, the dwarven child, has been possessed. Alrighty, Adam. Oh. That's a bad guy, isn't it? Although it might be under cold cases. Of which we have dozens. It was definitely a criminal. But Lanix is napping. And we've got a strange mood. That is being done by a child. Who I think wants wood. Of which I have a big pile. Let's just slaughter an animal. Maybe that's also what you want. I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to get kind of annoyed with all of the thieves. Completing the medium cargo specialization? Okay, good stuff. I haven't heard about that game in a little while. Did they ever make the most recent one more liked? Because I know for a good chunk of time there it was not the most well-liked of things. Yeah, reading Stone's writing is kind of like reading a novelist's writing, you know? Like somebody who's trying to write a character. Or like playing in like a World of Warcraft RP server. Where people are just, you know, typing the way an orc would. I'm not to say that you type the way an orc would, but like, you know? It does take a little bit of big thinking sometimes to catch up with the speed at which Stone's competence at writing in a dialect runs. Doesn't surprise me much. All right, so we are now interrogating Stackgood, who's actually Unib. And hopefully this is successful, and I will force you to comply once convict. No new information was revealed. Bogus. Our new captain of the guard doesn't care so much. I'm gonna chain the dwarf up regardless. You can stay. For quite some time. Guilty of being confined. See, they did do it! Let me just skim through the cold cases. It's like, I know you committed a crime, maybe not that particular crime, but you committed a crime. So at least you're in prison now. Am I the bad guy, chat? I think I might be the bad guy. He refused to comply. Bad guys that get the best outfits. This is true. And the best gadgets. And the cutest cats. Okay, that I can unforbid. The fuck was I doing? Right. Finishing this. I can't quite open this up just yet, but we're just about there. Okay, you down here, we're gonna unforbid this. So essentially what I need to do is I need to put a drawbridge in here. I need to put a drawbridge in here. And I need to put a drawbridge in here. And I also need to build a second pump system. Question is, where actually can I do that? It's going to need to go directly through this somehow. Maybe over here? Yeah, that'll work. Just going to go one layer above this. I'm not actually going to dig that out just yet. But in the meantime, We're going to dig that out. I'm also going to dig this out. And I'm going to dig that out. So I need 2 more mechanisms installed is what I need. 2 more. So the first one is going to go to right here. Although, okay, those are both the right materials. So far, so good. I'm in an ad break. So I'll now wait. If I could add any new trap to the game, what would I add? I would probably redo how traps work entirely, so I don't actually want any new traps added to the game. Currently, anyway. This is from YouTube, who says that they're working on mods. Yeah, I don't think I would add any traps, because I don't really use... Outside of cage traps, I don't really use them, and I personally think that cage traps are like kind of busted already. So I don't really have any good ideas for new traps, personally. If I ever put one of those forts into a 3D viewer, more forts than you can count. I think that most of the 3D viewers are pretty ugly, though. Okay, artifact has begun. Yes, I've done that more times than I can count. Or like sinkhole traps. So like webs, basically. Maybe a T then, stone? All I know about Wrexham is the TV show. So, I don't know if that's a good or a bad representation of it. Actually, I do really like that show, though. It's pretty good, like, low brain capacity, like, sports documentary series. Pressure plate, bridge overhaul. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, on one hand, there's kind of not that many traps in the game right now. The ones that are there are either really weak or kind of OP. But at the same time, they're also all flexible and... Oh, geez. Did I... Hold on. But at the same time, they're all kind of flexible enough that it kind of doesn't... They don't need to be overcomplicated. If that makes any sense. Because there's kind of a lot that you can do with them already, if for whatever that's worth. Okay, so you, Link. I just want the lava safe ones because it's all going to be lava. Then... That's funny. You. Link. And lastly, you. Link. I think right now, like, most of the things I would like to see added or changed about how Dwarf Fort works aren't so much like, would I like to see this added or that added? It's more of a... Grumble. It's more of a... I would like to see... How do I put this? I would like to see things kind of improved under the hood more so than I just want more stuff added. Like, I'm messing around with this justice system right now, and it's like, I really want it to just like refilter them in an intelligent way so that I could, you know, have dwarves that are currently on the map and committed a crime surface at the top, and most recent crimes surface at the top instead of me having to scroll all the way to the bottom every time. Stuff like that is more where I want improvements for Dwarf Fort outside of like just, do I want more traps? Because like I don't really use traps. The Dwarven Child has created Loza the Slug, Unib Fash, Jagged Bone Left Gauntlet, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. I'm just going to pause that for a sec. Go over here. Okay, cool. And then... just unforbid that. Trading is not one that bothers me all that much. And Tarna's talked about that one recently, that's probably not going to get changed for a while. But personally, that one doesn't bug me all that much. All right, let's see this thing. It's pretty valuable. This is a jagged turkey bone left gauntlet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned picture jasper cabochons and decorated with turkey bone and giant cave spider silk, and encrusted with tower cap and round malachite cabochons and cushion red flash opal cabochons. The subject menaces with spikes of red flash opal, and on the item is an image of single cut gems in tower cap. I mean, little things like, you know, in this screen, pause all, unpause all, select all things in a lot of different menus that don't have them. Better sorting, better searching. You know, those sorts of things. That's the sort of stuff I want to see, but... yeah, it's more like fundamentals, less like stuff that can really be fixed with mods, because it's the sort of stuff that, like, if it could be, it would have already been fixed. That or making that stuff fixable with mods. Would be the other option. That's the one I need done. I'd be fine with it working like them being chained. They can walk 8 blocks with the nearby central chain. For what? Sometimes you accidentally right-click outside of the entire trade session. You have to redo everything it marked. Oh, no, totally. Like, yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with a lot of that stuff. I think, like, the UI itself is better. I think there's just some small quality of life things that could be improved about it. Like, I'm the first person to state that I'm maybe a little bit silly when it comes to defending Tarn. In a lot of his, oh, it's Bungmo. The reputed chocolate! What's reputed about chocolate? Bungmo. What a name. When it comes to, like when people say, like, when is Dwarf Fortress going to get another UI or a UI overhaul? It's like, well, they spent 4 years overhauling the UI. But I think the reality is not when's Dwarf Fortress going to get a UI overhaul? For me, I think the reality is, when is Dwarf Fortress going to get more quality of life? And I think the answer is just as they go. I'm just going to start disabling visitors. I think that sieges are redoing traps. See, that this is why I'm tired of this. I'm fucking done. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm done. It has officially reminded me why I don't like dealing with this. It's like stuff like this. Like, I really like this system, and I want to be able to work with it, but I don't want to have to deal with 15 villains trying to steal my stuff every 90 seconds. It's annoying. I either just have to give up and just be like, yeah, steal all my stuff, or, you know, not allow visitors at all. That's like, it does allow for a lot of fun side characters, but... Just gets the shit kicked out of them and then lies down on a weapon trap and gets impaled with a spear. See you later, duder. See you later. All right. Yeah, which is why, like, it's one of those, like, I don't... Like, when somebody... what spurred this conversation was somebody in the YouTube chat saying that they're working on mods, and is there any traps I would want to see added? And my advice would be, make a mod that doesn't include traps, because traps are getting reworked as part of the Siege stuff. So, I would... If you're gonna spend a bunch of time modding something, do something that's gonna, like, you know, maintain a sense of relevancy for a little bit. Otherwise, I'm not going to say you're wasting your time, but you're going to be spending a bunch of time doing something that might not have any real reason to continue working for a while. For much time, I guess. Okay, so this is all powered. Let's get this sucker going, shall we? Let's get this sucker going. We gonna start pumping some lava, chat. Traps will be redone. Just go either watch my video on it or go look at the roadmap. This is why I wish they did a better job communicating. Because I like my job, but I like getting excited for things with the community of a video game. However, if I feel like I'm just educating the entire community on basic things about what's happening, I feel like I'm doing a job I'm not getting paid to do. It kind of sucks. But yes, they are redoing traps. Lava now being pumped. I'll just throw a door down here. All the way up to the top here. Yeah, sorry if I seem irritated, but like it's one of those... Oops. That needs to get locked. And sealed. Which will take a little bit. It's like that's one of the ways I just kind of wish that this game was better. Or one of the things I wish this game was better about, I guess. Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. Dwarf Lobster's kind of stuck. We'll let you out, though. It's a good thing I checked, eh? No, but DF Hack lets you use a command called Death Cause. I don't think that's something that's possible to mod, really. Yeah. I mean, you can if a ghost appears, but... Okay, so something is wrong. And the reason something is wrong is because my frame rate just got very low. Ah, it's this kid stuck. Got it. Found the problem. Can you please get out of there? Thanks, kiddo. Or don't. Is it too deep? Come on, kiddo. It's not too deep. Just go that way. Thank you. Excellent. Still, my frame rate's cut in half. That's called swimming. I used to do that all the time as a kid. Why you gotta, like... be all like, I love kids playing make-believe at the bottom of a river. I used to go swimming all the time. Not necessarily in a safe place. It's like, it's hot outside. Come on. Got the inner tube and the floaty toys and everything. And you're just like, no, we're about to seal off that river and it's going to flood. And they're like, what? Genuinely, I have no idea what's up with the frame rate at the moment. I'm just going to kill this intelligent undead. Just get rid of you. But what are jobs canceling over? Let's see. There's definitely something. Let's just do this. Lock everything inside. Ah. That's probably not helping. My mom said it's my turn to play in the basement. You know, you joke about that, but I've seen enough videos of people like inner tubing down drainage trenches and things that, like, I don't know, man. Okay, let's just do this. Just turning off most of the tasks because I want to just get rid... Okay, we'll leave farming on. Let's go through here and pause everything. I fell out of trees. Mostly. Sometimes I climbed them, but generally I just fell out of them. I'm going to pause all this. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to set everything on fire. As one does. All right. I'm not sure why the frame rate's halved, but it is. It's a little bit annoying, but We'll get there. Oopsies. But yeah, I'm very much hoping that this month can be a month where I have a much more normal stream schedule. That is a very big hope because I've had some kind of messed up months over the past few months, and I would very much like it to be a bit more normal for a while. Yeah, I have no idea why the frame rate dropped down to 5. Let's just get rid of all of these items that they can't, jobs that they can't complete. Should be okay. How's the day? Kind of okay. I'm trying to figure out why my frame rate randomly went down to 25. Nothing should be stuck anywhere, but I guess it must be. But aside from that, pretty good. Pumping lava over to here. And I'm going to use this as an opportunity to get rid of a bunch of ice that keeps thawing and unthawing and turn everything into charcoal. Yeah. Might even just be me pumping this up, actually. That's causing things to melt. Although, I don't see many changing in temperatures. My frame rate just went from 60 to 30, so it literally, something cut my frame rate in half. Oh, I have an idea. Found the problem. I think I found the problem. I think I found the problem. Was I right? Nope. Crumble. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to get rid of this. Sheer animal. I will redo those jobs in a little bit. Oh, wow. We're actually getting attacked by goblins? This is madness. Absolute madness. Crazy. That doesn't happen in ages. Wild. Well, in that case, we should murder all these goblins. All 12 of them. Such a big threatening army. I'm terrified. I'm also kind of curious as to how they get into the fort. Well, I mean, I haven't asked them if they're just here to visit or not, so maybe they're friendly. Oh my god, the pantsless is back. I thought I evicted you from the premises. True. It does kind of seem like a form of goblinite extraction. Although I think one of my dwarves is going to run in first. Who is Adil the Wrestler. Well, if you are the Adil Wrestler, you will win this fight all on your own. But first you spot a child kidnapper, and another child kidnapper, and another child kidnapper. But wait, there's more. There's goblins, too. He begins beating the crap out of the first goblin he sees with his shield. And is striking him many times in the head. And after unexisting that first one, begins dodging through everything. And I'm going to send the second squad over here to help. and the third squad. Kills the second goblin. This one, he whacked it so hard with his steel shield that it shredded his spine. And, okay, how did you get in there? That I actually need to know. That's not good. You shouldn't... wait. Eh? How to... Nani? Okay, so are you gonna run? Kind of hoping that you'll run back out the way that you came in so I could figure out how you got in here. But maybe I shouldn't get my hopes up. This fort must be a church because it seems a little holy right now. I have no idea, actually. But, actually, I know what I'll do. We got Die Bustin' charging through now. Yeah, we outnumber them, too. It's not even a fair fight. I do have a few dwarves that seem to have gained some injuries, potentially. But most of the goblins are falling. I'm going to lock the front door. Lock all of the gates, and then tell a squad to leave the map. And that'll hopefully make it clear. Because now I can just go down... Ooh, they brought a book with them. Start your day with anatomy. Uh-huh. You injured? Uh-oh. Captain Americaing the goblins. I don't think he threw the shield, but
Almost
close.
5 whole years.
Wait. Okay, Onuel, I don't know what you did, but get out. That is a lot of years. Orange. Something porn crumpets. I'm excited. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Orange keeping that sub alive for 54 months? It's a lot of months. The other thing I could do... I could just jump around to random spots where there's dwarves doing nothing. Because maybe... I've just got a dwarf who's stuck somewhere. Oh. Okay, now I have lots of questions. How the hell did you get into the fort? You're not supposed to be here. I don't think anything got released from the arena. No. Yeah, he's just a little Bernie, you know? You didn't... Oh, you didn't. Oh, motherfucker, you didn't. I didn't lock the door. And he climbed in through the pump stack. That's amazing. Okay, well... Great. That does explain the problem with the frame rate, though. Are you gonna go fly out of my well? I think you're gonna pop out of my well. Fucker's gonna pop out of my well, chat. This is the most Dwarf Fortress thing. I'm in an ad break. Hold on, I gotta wait for the ad break to end. Well, well, well. What have we here? This is hardcore. No, totally. I mean, he outsmarted me. It's just all of the criminals and the sieges and everything back to back to back to back to back has just stacked up and distracted me enough that I've just forgotten like the basics. Which means there's a lot going on in this fucking fort. Like, genuinely, there's just a lot going on here. Correct, yeah. Hopefully, chat, hopefully you guys are entertained, you know? And if you're entertained by today's fort, consider leaving a Prime sub if you have one. Or, like, maybe buy a mug or a sticker. Or just, like, leave a nice comment on one of my YouTube videos. It all goes to the same place eventually. You know? Which is fueling my vigorously consistent and terrifying coffee addiction. This is going to be a video. I'm never going to promise a fort is going to be a video because I have about 9 forts that could be videos that aren't. So I never promise what's going to be a video. What becomes a video is a fort that I feel like making into a video at the time. Like the Gremlin video is a perfectly good example. I had that fort done for like 6 months, and then I just kind of decided on a lark to make it into a video. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. There it goes. Up and at 'em. Thanks, Clockwork. All right, the problem is I don't... Thanks for 10 bucks, Letteran.
Letteran cheered. X1000. Use these bits as caltrops.
Do you have no hands? Seems like you have no hands. Okay, so the first dwarf who was in hospital is now dead. The second one's on fire. Schmitty sent charges in. So does Yugath. One of my dwarves managed to whack it with a shield. That was Yugath right there. It is now bleeding, which is a good sign. And is definitely firing blasts of fire that are immediately getting caught by the shields. I now had a dwarf here who's on fire, who does in fact have a thing of dwarven ale, which will evaporate, which the dwarf can use to extinguish the fire, because all liquids will evaporate. But for right now, there's smoke, so none of the other dwarves can see the beast. I'm just waiting for my crossbow dwarves to show up, and hopefully they'll actually have crossbows. Some of them don't, but some of them do. The crossbow dwarves don't need the smoke to clear to be able to fire bolts. The dwarf is still dueling, and their ale has not evaporated yet. Anytime this year, dwarf. There goes the bolts. And they weren't able to put the fire out, unfortunately. The bolts are flying, and they're missing. They don't really have a good target. The dragon also is immune to smoke, I think, and definitely is immune to fire. More bolts are flying. The dragon runs straight into the fight and begins fighting with the creature. This is Tekud, the cave dragon, who claws the Forgotten Beast, which tears the muscle, and claws the Forgotten Beast in the tongue, tearing it. Ow! Claws the Forgotten Beast in the tail, tearing and bruising the bone, of course. And now there is some soap on fire, because of course there is. And ooh, that's not gonna. That's gonna sting. That's gonna sting. Who's on fire now? Attis. Hasn't done a whole lot in the military thus far. Another dwarf is charging through. Whew! I just witnessed Urvad here block the fire, who's got a pet cat. May still be too late for them. The beast appears to have fallen and is bleeding heavily, is shaken to the core. Maybe it'll stop hitting now. The cave dragon is going off and hitting. The bookkeeper is also going after the Forgotten Beast by stabbing it with its blade, which is severing nerves in its leg. We've got a Spearmaster here, which is stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. It is. They are taking it out. This is the hottest my hospital has ever been. Chat, can I get a round of beers and an oh fucking my god? Please stop. Give me 9 minutes of peace and gameplay. It's fine. It's far away. I'm not going to worry about it. Dwarves are fighting in melee. The creature's bleeding more. It is winded. It does seem like most of the attacks going in now. Yeah, all of the attacks going into it now are going into the creature. It's the Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast. The Steel Spear. Spearmaster punches the Forgotten Beast. Got 3 dwarves that were found dead. Its intestines are now spilled. Is it unconscious? Nope, but it is winded. The rest of the dwarves are now piling in. I'm just going to tell them to kill it. Move in through that door. And the creature is now dead. The Sacred General punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. Please tell me you got credited with that. Sergeant Donut, the Sacred General, got the kill. Unfortunately, Attis here is on fire. If you can't extinguish it with your river spirits, then I fear to say that you may be dead. Oh, that was the river spirits evaporating. Right next to the dwarf grease. Okay. Well. I think we need to make some more tombs. I'm not totally sure what's giving me that hunch, but I think we need to make some more tombs, chat. Because you always want a dwarf in the military, and that massively increases your odds of murdering Forgotten Beasts, but also dying to them. If you didn't ask for a dwarf in the military, you wouldn't murder Forgotten Beasts anywhere near as much. And also probably not die to them as much. But I digress. That was river spirits that evaporated. It's actually more just like an oddity of how the game's mechanics work, less about how watered down they are. Because most dwarven alcohol is closer to 40%, which is why like a human will die of alcohol poisoning in Dwarf Fortress after drinking like 2 mugs of beer. Best entrance? Oh, beast entrance, not best entrance. Beast entrance. Slashu Pebora. What was your name? SLUSHUPOB. Are you not a notable figure? Hey chat, can someone type the name of that? You know, fuck it, I'll just do it myself. SLUSHU. Bora. All right, let's, because I'm just spelling it wrong every time. That's my problem. Slushu. Bora. There you are, the Hex of Soil. Make 3 statues of it. The real shame is I don't have any perfect materials for it. But I do have rock salt. We'll go with that. So Dwarf Fortress humans are entirely comprised of lightweights. Mate, if you drank 2 liters of moonshine and died, I don't think that would classify you as a lightweight. Because, like, the average alcohol potency of dwarven alcohol in Dwarf Fortress is 40 to 80% proof. So, like, I don't think that makes you a lightweight if you die to that. If you do, then I hope you don't actually try that. Because you won't live. And Zostra Jr. is the one that I need to memorialize. An enormous blob composed of ash has wings and a god appearance. Well, at least the game is being mean to me now. Hold up. Just gonna kind of hope. I just wanted to play with my big dumb new toy. Okay, that should be safe now. And now I can do the first thing that I actually wanted to do with this whole project, which is this. So this is where enemy armies like to hang out. And where a very big fight happened. Framerate, where art thou? I wonder, actually. Let me check something. Let's find out, for real. No, it's not temperature. Let's follow that beast. Yeah, it's a very RimWorld thing to happen. The game hates my hospital? Well, I know how it got in. It's like other things shouldn't be able to leave that way. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, here, let's just close this. Unlock this. Cancels clean, could not find path. Let's go back to hauling stuff. Hold on. Bizarre. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the frame rate. It's certainly not beasts. I think it might. I'm thinking it's temperature, but I don't really have any way to actually like point at temperature as the problem. Regardless, there's about to be a whole bunch of cave-ins, so we're about to have very unrelated problems. I mean, actually very related problems. But we are burning the surface. We shall torch it. I kind of want this to get torched over here, but let's turn off this cork right here and go for the other ones. Oh. Well, that's no bueno. I've got a dwarf what is stuck outside. Actually, I've got multiples. Multiple dwarves that are stuck outside. Get inside, you morons. You goddamn grumble muffins. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. Pretty much. God damn it, Eurist, let me in. Speaking of God damn it, Eurist, why are you turning around? Let's also just make sure that everybody's in the burrow, which they are. Man, how many dwarves did I have outside? All right. I'm going to put that on not my brightest moment. God damn it. Well, the frame rate seems to be back now, so that's cool. Just gonna hope that that's all of them. And now that I've done that, I'm gonna go to this one next. Let's get this burned. And there goes the frames again, back down to 5. Hold on. I'll fix stable temp, more or less fix the frame rate, at least for now. Until it starts to break again. Something has collapsed. Yay! This was kind of what I wanted to do. I wanted to get rid of all of this ice. Because this ice has been like freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing for such a long time. Let's get rid of the last of it. Oopsies. Wait. Hold up. That's kind of funny, actually. Burning the countryside. Damn right. Burninator the countryside. The most important task of any burninator. Or, I see you've been pulled now. What do you mean the mountain isn't a volcano? It looks like a volcano. It's just an artificial volcano, okay? The dwarves have manufactured their own homemade volcano. It's a very dwarfy activity. Only dwarves would understand. Uh-oh. Alright, so I've figured out another way that the creatures were getting in. Right here. Actually. That is another way that they were getting in. Because I auto-mined out all of this malachite. Which has directly given the beasts a way into the fort. And now the dwarves are all going up and down it. Which, you know, that's not ideal, nor optimal. And it's not a hard way in either. So I'm going to give them no reason to go up here. Whatsoever. It's also given them a way... Ah, I see. I get it. I understand. I found the problem. This is what I get for auto-mining shit, chat. Don't ever auto-mine stuff. It's a good way to, like, unexist your fort. Knowingly or unknowingly. Gotta love absent-minded digging. Oh, did I just do what I think I did? No, I didn't. I thought I deleted the whole thing. I'm gonna open the burrow and let the lava keep flowing. I'm gonna go to this level. Mistakes add flavor. Oh yeah. It's one of the reasons I don't like the assists that make it more obvious where bad things are in DF Hack. Because it makes things interesting. When stuff goes wrong. If everything is, like, perfectly manageable. Just because I was talking about this earlier with, like, the, oh, this dwarf is stuck here kind of thing. If it's too clear, then There's no more room for error. And that's where a lot of the excitement happens in this game, in my opinion. Now, if I could do this without the frame rate being horrible, that would be lovely. But I can work on the frame rate a bunch by closing this. The problem is, I fucked up. So I also need to pull this lever. I connected the wrong lever to the thing. Imagine digging too greedily? Yeah, imagine. It's like it's the motto of the something, that's for sure. I'm also keeping a very close eye on combat. And all of the stuff that's collapsing on the surface is all of this ice. All the way up and down, which just has lava falling on it. And constantly collapsing. I haven't done something like this since the Vampire Fort. Which was what, Holiday last year? Where I had like lava falling onto ice. Which is always exciting. There's a crossbow in there? Yeah, it's fine. It was likely there before the lava started flowing. That or, you know, it's because a dwarf fell in with it. So, I'm pretty convinced the dwarf is going to go in this way and get stuck. So let's just do that, so hopefully they don't. Meanwhile, up here, all these dwarves are disposing of all this stuff. Lovely. The frame rates also come back, which is really nice, actually. I think it's about needing to be in the right mood to get used to the mechanics. It's one of those games where it takes about 20 hours of, I'm going to do this, and whenever I get confused, look up the mechanics of how to do it, and then be willing and ready to digest those mechanics. So it's just kind of a process. Like, if you are in that kind of vibe or headspace, it's not actually that difficult to get into this game. But that isn't to say that it isn't a lot and gonna be a learning curve. Because it certainly is, but you just need to be in the right mood to sit down and do it. All right, let's see. Starting at the top. That one's nearly done. This one's done. There is lava mist from stuff that I'm throwing into the lava. But it's basically just this now. Yeah, what wedge you might said. Absolutely. Very much it helps to have, like... I like to recommend that people, like, pick a mechanic that seems interesting, like combat, farming, housing, clothing, something. Also, my frame rate's back at 60, so that explains a lot. Just pick a mechanic that seems interesting and then go from there. You know, like once you have a mechanic that interests you, you can do a lot more. Or it'll be much easier for you to stick with it and get better at it, I guess. There we go. This is pretty sloppy of me, but hey. That's currently not accessible, so we'll just pause it. Actually, probably just... no, we're in the middle of winter, it'll freeze. I was gonna say I could just dump a bucket of water there, but no, I can't. Your last goal was to make a hospital for your fort and then just flood your fort trying to get water? I mean, hey, water is like something that many, many groups of individuals around the world are trying to get every single day. So you know what? Flooding your fortress, maybe a more understandable mistake than anything. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I should pause game. Also helps if you love reading wikis. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to cover like enough in the tutorials that I've made that if you go to YouTube and find my tutorials, they'll get you past that initial learning curve that you at least know what you're looking for. Because I think like that's the actual issue with things like wikis is if you don't even know the first 5 steps, it's hard to figure out mechanic number 42 that you're confused by, you know? So I've tried to make enough of the easy getting started stuff that people can just kind of take it from there. If that makes any sense. Got in a fight with a crab or something like that, and then they tried to scramble to a makeshift hospital. I mean, you know, it's little things like the player shouldn't need to know that it's probably... The player shouldn't need to know that it's probably a bad idea to settle on an Untamed Wilds map. Stuff like that, you know? Like, you shouldn't need to know that. Because it took me a while to learn a lot of that stuff, too. And these days, I just have a, you know, bit of an unfair advantage, to say the least. Because I've just spent so much time with it. And so for me, a lot of this stuff just seems easy when I know in reality it's not. I just need that to disappear. I could also just not worry about that one tile so much. All right. It's time to go dig another pump stack. Your World Gen doesn't generate any Goblin Civs anymore, and you've made sure that there's enough Demon types in World Gen, and you've uninstalled all of your mods using vanilla region settings on a fresh install. Any ideas what's causing it? Absolutely no idea. Go ask somebody who knows what they're talking about when it comes to World Gen shit. That's weird. Hold on a second. I don't mess with World Gen stuff that much. I've made some extremely basic advanced World Gen tutorials, but I'll be honest, World Gen is maybe my least knowledgeable section of the game. Yeah, but it's also never been as high as people say it is. True final boss. Like, yes, it's been a high learning curve for a long time, but it's also never been as bad as people have said it is. And it still isn't. It's just a lot. Like, as far as learning curve games go, Dwarf Fortress ain't that bad. Like, is it easy to learn? No, let's not be silly. But it's also not as bad as people say it is. You've tried pausing at the start. So it can sometimes take 5 years for goblins to deploy. Because if you... I have a question. Are you actually letting World Gen finish? Or are you just like starting World Gen and then immediately pausing? Lava Forge and defense and cleanliness and lava because it looks awesome. I mean, what else is the purpose of lava, really? Burn bad thing with it, burn gross thing with it, use it for production, and point at it and go, ooh la la, it pretty. If there's anything else lava's used for, then that's news to me. Tourism, maybe? I don't know. Rad aesthetics? Making your base look like an evil villain fort? Etc. Yeah, I don't know. I would go ask in the Kid Fox Discord. Go ask some of the wizards who know how this game actually works. I just know like enough to teach people the basics, really. I mean, I have a lot of time in this game. I'm not the best at this game. I understand how large portions of the game work, but not all of it. That seems very strange. I'd say Dwarf Fortress and Crusader Kings are very similar in their difficulty curve. Because Crusader Kings actually has... If anything, I think modern Crusader Kings has a softer learning curve because it actually has a pretty good tutorial in it. At least in my opinion. It's got a pretty solid tutorial. And I know a lot of people who tried Dwarf Fortress and bounced off because the learning curve was too high, but have thousands of hours in Crusader Kings. So... I think they're actually pretty similar. Because especially reading that comment kind of makes me think that you still have more to discover in Dwarf Fort. I've always been told that Stellaris or what's it called? Hearts of Iron are the easiest to get into, but I don't know. I think those games are all indecipherable. Comrade Gracken, thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I think like the main barrier to entry for a lot of video games isn't the game itself being difficult. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Unless we're talking about something like I want to be the guy. Or like, I don't know, Osu. But when you're talking about like the difficulty of games, often what you're actually talking about is how much the community feels bad if you play suboptimally. I think a lot of it is like self-inflicted and or perceived difficulty. And I think that's the case for a lot of things. I mean, like, Hollow Knight's maybe an example where it's like, yeah, no, that's a hard game. But I do think there's a lot of self-inflicted difficulty in games. Especially in the online era, you know? Like, for a while, it was high scores. Like, as an example, are fighting games hard? No, people are just really good at fighting games. And I think, like, if you sit down with some friends who are all same skill level in fighting games aren't hard. You'll all slowly get better and learn as a unit. The problem is finding the right people to play fighting games with. I think with games like this, I don't think this game's particularly hard. I think that there's just a lot of people out there, myself included, I'm not perfect, who've played so many hours of this game that it's hard for us to help other people learn the game, or makes learning the game more intimidating for the people who are just seeing it for the first time. And like, you know, I played Civ when I was like 7 years old. It's like, was Civ 2 a hard game? Sure, but like, I brothel stomped that AI on easy and had a great time. You don't necessarily need to do the most obtuse, hardest challenge to make a game like this enjoyable, right? I think the thing that makes those games, or always made those games intimidating for me, Hand of Fate, in regards to like the Paradox strategy games, is just that they start you in an already fully functioning country and or character or series of characters and say, go figure it out, right? Which is why to me something like Stellaris or something like, I guess just Stellaris, whereas something like Stellaris is much less intimidating because at the very least, like, you know what the stakes are from the get-go, you have nothing, and then you slowly build up and you build an empire instead of like just being plopped into a country. That's always been my opinion. What playthrough challenges would I recommend that would be fun for Dwarf Fort? I don't know, whatever you think would be fun. I don't think challenges are particularly fun. That's why they're called challenges. You want me to humor the question? The ones that I've done. Not vampires. Fuck that. Stupid shit. Well, I mean, I haven't done that one, so you decide if you think that would be fun. I sure as shit don't. I think that Just Don't Die did a challenge similar to that in a fun way, which is try and get one dwarf to 1,000 kills and only have one dwarf in your military at a time. That would probably be fun. It's kind of a similar idea. Or like following one dwarf, I guess, is another play on that challenge where you can only unpause the game when you're following them. But I don't know. I think challenges are actually an active detractor from games, personally, that are brought into popularity by YouTube. And like, you know, I do it too with my videos to a degree. I don't think they really benefit video games as a whole. I think that largely challenges just make people feel inadequate and not want to play the game as much and just watch it instead. I mean, the no alerts for it ended up being fun, but it had nothing to do with the lack of alerts. The no alerts for it was fun because that was where all the water disasters happened. You want a stone cutter or something? If available? We've got several engravers. And 2 stone cutters. I never said that. I said I don't think I'll screw this up. Many times. And also, I'm on record saying water is the most dangerous thing in Dwarf Fortress. And the only thing that's more dangerous than lava. So I have no idea. Less drinks than pop. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Here's the thing, true final boss. If you actually think that I'm unaware of things that are going on in my game, you don't know me very well. The true final boss is lack of awareness. Erdim? Okay. Stone is incredibly calm. Feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind to agree during a debate, regardless of its merits. She tends to consider what others think of her and is often cheerful, doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works its natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And she is a friendly individual. She is slow to anger and often feels discouraged. And finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. Cracks her knuckles when she's angry and licks her lips when she's nervous. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And tends to not care about fairness. Likes bismuth, star sapphire, and giant wren leather, and warhammers, barrels, and bracelets, and badgers for their striped faces. And the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the iron of mines, when possible, prefers to consume peach cider and white millet. And absolutely hates fire snakes. You previously lived in the Narrow Axe, and now you live in the Mountain of Dyes, and you're a member of the Farmers and Stoneworkers Guilds, respectively. Or sorry, former member of the Farmers Guild, but now a member of the Stoneworkers Guild. I need to get all these tasks up and running again. Speaking of, oops, no, that's just specific. You're everybody. You're everybody. Everybody. Selected. Selected. What, the Stoneworkers Guild? I mean, I would also have to agree with that. All right, arm. Okay. Then, what I need to do... Here's an overlord visiting? Excuse me. Seems a little intense. The Union of Controlling. Ah, stab him to death, please. He's clearly a criminal. Oh, butchering the bones of that forgotten beast, which is kind of fun. All right, did I miss you again? Yes, I did. Let's connect some more of these. That'll give me 300 additional power. Let's do 400. And 500. Let's go to mechanisms. unforbid everything. Jump over to here and go down. Just to right here. And let's see what I've still got for more pumps. Or pieces of pumps. Gotta start somewhere. Wedgemite. You've played this a lot. You've never done things like set up those big mechanisms. They're nowhere near as complicated as they look. Although, out of curiosity, what would you describe as a lot? And have you ever made soap? Because if you've made soap, congratulations, you've completed the hardest mechanical task in Dwarf Fortress. I also realized where I screwed this up. Like, soap is literally the hardest thing to do in this game. So if you've made soap, you're basically an expert. You can't get more advanced than that. Exactly, Clockwork. I don't know what you're trying to communicate with that sign language, but I completely agree. All right. End of workday wiggles. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, not many. Not many. All right, so let's see. How many bars do I have? Plenty of iron. Jesus. Plenty of steel as well. How much coal? Okay, sweet. This is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'll do 20 of each. Iron cork. Iron pipe. $20 and $20. Looking at this and going, could also probably pretty easily build a magma cannon. I could do powered minecarts. I haven't done those in forever. We got tons of steel and iron. I mean, either of those would be a viable way to defend the fort. And both have the benefit of sounding really cool. Because that doesn't really work and usually just crushes them, and that's just way too simple. I mean, it's like, there's a lot of, like, defenses in Dwarf Fort that are, like, a giant drawbridge to yeet baddies, maybe a retracting one to drop them on something, but, like, I don't know, using drawbridges as defense is just kind of boring, I guess. Like, I have a hard time thinking of ways to use drawbridges that isn't just been there, done that kind of deal. Like, I could just crush the majority of enemies with a really long drawbridge, but it's more fun to, like, set up a very, like, overly elaborate system that sets minecarts to fire at the speed of light full of lava at something. You know? Like, yeah, I could just shoot Kerbals into orbit and get the achievement, but why don't I, like, bring them back? You know what I'm saying? It's just... why splooge when you could splurge, you know? clap them together. It's still just pulling a lever. Landrum. I am getting an idea, though. I don't actually know how it would work. But if I used impulse ramps to launch 2 sets of minecarts directly at each other, and then make them drop vertically down, and then get launched back, up, and then back around, to basically, like, sandwich dwarves, to sandwich the baddies. But then, like, if they got even remotely out of sync, the whole thing would fall apart. I don't know. I mean, I've tried doing stuff like that, and usually what ends up happening is one of them slows down, and then the whole thing falls apart. I think I'm just going to finish getting my pumps built, and then I'm going to worry about that. Like, let's just stick to one thing at a time for the moment. Respectfully, I'm going to worry about one thing at a time right now. Oh, I'm dumb. I was like, why am I not seeing the other end of it? Because I'm not done. Duh. Are you telling me that or somebody in chat? True final boss. I'm just looking for chat because I didn't see where it was. Oh, I see. I mean, I generally just skip the whole polishing stone floors step and just go directly to, what's it called? And go directly to constructing stuff and engraving that, because you get higher potential value at the end, but because like a stone floor is generally more valuable than an engraved floor, and an engraved stone floor is even more valuable. Denise, is that your name? Thank you very much for that tier 1. Appreciate you, friend. Yeah, so like, the reason you see me doing a lot of constructing is because I personally think it looks better, so it makes my brain happy, but also it increases the value quicker. That's the main reason. Any general tips for making dwarves happy? Don't be mean to them. That's a general tip. Make sure they have somewhere to socialize. Give them breaks sometimes. They won't willingly stop working to take care of themselves. You have to tell them to stop working. Chat, general tips to make dwarves more happy. Go. Replace their clothing sometimes. Have a variety of food and drink. Have a big enough tavern that they can dance. Have books. Steal books if you have to. Give them the things that they like. Make them a nice dinner. Ask them out on a date. Give a round of beers for Whitcode. They're throwing 50 months into the chat. That wasn't related. That was just a different thing. Give them a library. Yeah. Give them a general temple, but maybe don't build a god to every single temple. Make dining halls and taverns. Let the ones who really want to be in the military be in the military. I honestly, I think like having a variety of food and drink and somewhere to socialize and actually telling them to stop working once in a while is the biggest ones. Where was that announced? Because I didn't get an email for that, unless like that went out in the last 5 hours. Yeah, I haven't received an email about that. I'm a wee bit offended. Considering I'm in the credits for it. I knew about that a couple weeks ago and was told not to say anything. But like, it was mentioned earlier in chat and plopped in the Discord. I'm like, what? Why wasn't I told? Excuse me. It literally contains my screenshots, and I wasn't... Anyway. Libraries literally only come with risks of necromancy if you are actively raiding necromancer towers. I haven't gotten necromancy from anywhere else before. So that's a skill issue, or maybe too much skill issue and lack of care issue. A very randomly good YouTube alert for the Dabu channel announcement. So wait, okay. This is what I mean when I say that I wish things coming out of Dwarf Fortress were more coordinated. Because, like, fuck me, man. It's like Dabu's out here announcing stuff, and that gets people excited thinking something else is happening. And then it's like, no, that's just Dabu doing other unrelated things. It's like, goddamn. I don't know. This is just reinforcing my complaints that I've been complaining about for the last week. Is this like a Flintstones bit? Yabba dabba doo? We've been over this a couple dozen times right now earlier today, so I won't belabor the whole point again, mostly because I just kind of don't want to. But TLDR, right now, necromancers are able to summon nightmares again, which is nightmares will kill everything that feels fear, including most necromancers. So unless you happen to have undead necromancers, having necromancers right now is actually really bad. But I do think that's pushing them in the right direction again. At the moment, yes, really bad. But as a whole, not so bad. It is so windy, I can hear it through my door. Go raid some Mancer towers. That'll make things get exciting quick. The question is, are there any Marilyn Mancer towers? Because they might have some pretty good concerts now and again if he's, like, doesn't have a flu or doesn't feel like not performing that day. I don't know what I'm saying, chat. Send help. You're used to older necromancers. They reanimate every scrap of flesh. I mean, this is pretty close. Because they used to just die to their own zombies back then. Help with what? See it on Blue Sky from Kid Fox? Alright. Well, there you go. No, I meant literally send help. Don't just say the word help. Now you're just crying wolf. Sheesh. Also, I'm tired. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. 7 hours and 45 minutes. In fact, my brain is getting a little mush. And people are still fucking visiting me, but I don't have any visiting places where they're allowed to visit. Maggot savages? Don't make me stab you. I will. Monsieur Criminal. Wah. That around. That looks delicious. Hand of Fate. As an ever-evolving school of suicide, mostly. They wanted to see the scenic lava pits? How about dive into the scenic lava pits? I should just put, like, a tavern underneath the scenic lava pits and then turn on the pumps that fill up the scenic lava pits. That's what I should do. And they'll be like, oh no, what's happening? And I'll be like, the scenic lava pits! This reminds me of a quest I got in Caves of Cod once, which was, could you please go find the burning tar pits? They're one parasang east of the flaming tar pits. And so it gave me the location of the flaming tar pits. I went to the flaming tar pits and it said, congratulations, you found the flaming tar pits next to the flaming tar pits. And I went back to the quest giver and was like, yeah, I found the flaming tar pits next to the flaming tar pits. And they were like, excellent, here, have 3 items. And I was like, well, wow, okay. That was the easiest quest of my life. I cannot confirm or deny if there's any relation to the scenic lava pits, but the flaming tar pits, however, quite spectacular. I hope that encrusting these with gems don't make them no longer lava safe, because that would be a bummer. I'm also going to go up to here now. Just dig through this. Dig through that. Dig through that. And dig through that. Anyways, chat, how's your day been? I'm apparently just being silly today. Let's go up to here and go. Oops, nope, wrong thing. Furnaces. Magma forge, that's what I'm looking for. It's the forge I'm looking for. Let's do dolomite. To be able to treat a European hornet's nest? Oh boy. So do you work in pest control kind of deal? Because that sounds either fun or very much not fun, depending on the day. Also, I'm really kind of happy that you said European hornet's nest, because now when someone says that they're getting attacked by a hornet, or they got chased by a hornet, or they got stung by a hornet, I can ask if it was an African or European hornet. Something, speed of an unladen hornet. Yeah, exactly. YouTube chat knows what's up. Laden or unladen. It's the only way to know it for sure, you know? The devil's in the details. And also that bridge. Or that bunny rabbit? I should rewatch that movie. It's literally been decades. An Asian hornet? No. No. No, let's not be silly now. Now you're just gone too far. I didn't catch the accent of the hornet. Touche. What a shame. I'm sorry, the fishery worker tomb corpse? That's a great name for a type of undead. I no longer allow visitors, so now I've just got like undead and necromancers and criminals just like walking across the map constantly, realizing there's nowhere to stay and then leaving. Good news is none of my stuff has been stolen for a while, so yay. I do want the squads to remain good at their jobs, though. So let's go pillage. Pillage. And you. Please don't steal livestock or other items. I don't need more crap. These dwarves are hoarders enough already without the random livestock everywhere. Pillage. Same to you. Don't grab extra stuff that we don't need for Armok's sake. And, pillage. Check the Hornet's passports. True! Yeah, no, we have to, papers, please, then Hornets. Oh my gosh, are we done? Holy... Oh, I missed one. I'm upset. Like every other one of these got broken. Feels good, man. All the way up to there. All do we... Oh, crud. Fine. For the sake of my own annoyance, I will pause that there and do this instead. And let's go to here. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I haven't had a migrant in 3 years. Eaten? That's about it. Argo? And they brought a goose. And more sheep, because I don't have enough sheep already, game. Some peasant. Some more peasant. Some more peasant. That's same thing. Fisher dwarf, peasant, same thing. Trader. Cool. Although the trader... I thought you had combat skill for a second, misread. Ooh, you do. That number of trees looks dangerous to you? Why? I mean, I've been chopping down the ones over here, which I should probably chop down some, actually. Did a tree once threaten your family or something? I shouldn't joke about that. A lot of trees threatened, LGR's house recently, and one of them actually took his house out, so... Yeah. You don't really want to challenge trees to a fight, because they're pretty big. They might win. What is that monster I have caged? Which one? I've got some dude, some zombie. That's a ghost unrelated. Some dude that's a mummy. Necromancers. A peasant. I got a bronze colossus. And an Etten. You know, a few. I don't know which one you're referring to. Oh. Yeah, that's a werebear. And if that's you wondering where it is, well, it's right where I left it. Oh, that's why you're saying that the trees are dangerous. Anyway, Mina died. Must have been unstable from all the forest fires. Rest in peace, Mina. I shouldn't, like, go chopping down all of the trees after a big forest fire, but yet here I am. And that last one was me putting that ghost away. Excuse me? I know what's causing this, but, like, that's a problem to me. Trees burning don't affect your relations with the elves at all. This isn't my fault. Well, I guess it kind of is. I don't think anybody's drowning at the moment. Nope, nobody's drowning at the moment, so that's good. Now is when I gotta pour some lava over this. Hey, look, my squads are back. See how the pillages went. Pillage numero uno, pretty good. A rotten butcher was struck down by one of my dwarves. Pillage number 2, found nothing. Pillage number 3, struck down some stuff. Pillage number 4, was fine, didn't find much. Pillage number 5, we stole treasure and livestock. God damn it, I said don't. 2 buffaloes, okay, fine. I clearly forgot to say don't for that one. All right, well, let's get these dwarves inside. We shall do that. What, all the water? So what's happening is ice, when it thaws, it becomes a full block of 7, regardless of how deep it is. When it freezes, regardless of how deep it is, it becomes a full block of 7. So you can get self-replicating water. And I tried to get rid of all the ice by pouring lava on it, which kind of didn't work. But that in turn created a lot more ice than there was. So that's where that flood kind of came from. So now that it's all just water and it's all dissipating, which it'll dissipate pretty quick, I'm just going to pour lava on it now and just turn whatever I can get to into obsidian, and most of this will just like spread out and disappear and stop being a problem. Hopefully. Keyword there is hopefully. Because like it's already like dissipating pretty quickly, except for this big old puddle right here, which I could just pour lava on that and that's fine. Was one of the reasons why I built this whole structure in the first place. Believe it or not. So let's get that done. And then also I got to go over to here. And finish that. Well, I hope that the chaos today has been entertaining so far, chat. Because, I'll be honest with you, I think my blood pressure is a little bit higher than it was this morning. But, hey, if it's entertaining to you guys, then works for me, I guess. Keyword there is I guess. Not cobblestone, obsidian. Mitchell. But yes, you do get lava rock out of it. I don't need infinite rock. I have virtually infinite rock, and I don't like the color of obsidian. So it's not really a benefit per se. And now... that's the one that I need to redo. But spoilers, I'm not going to. And then that will release. Ha! My frame rate is now gone. I didn't like it anyway, it's fine. That is a lot of lava. Exiting, like, really quickly. And as far as all that water goes, well, it's not going to be there much longer. Because all that remains is either going to be turned into obsidian or evaporated. Like this. See? In that case, evaporated. And further down in here area as well, it'll be turned into obsidian. They're in double digits. What are you talking about? I'm not in single digits. And, I mean, it depends on how you build your fort and how big your computer is. If you have a big computer, then sure, they can be in single digits, and that's perfectly normal. It entirely depends on the kind of fort that you're building. So now this is all just probably going to mostly turn into obsidian. We just need to get rid of those little pesky single, one deep puddles of water and turn the rest of it into obsidian. Like this. That is a widely reported bug that is publicly known that everybody runs into. If you do them manually in your workshop, then it works fine. It's been like that way since the DIES update, Arga. It's not ideal, but it's not game-breaking or anything. It's just a bit annoying. Modern systems don't like indie games? I'll have you know, I'm also encoding and live streaming to 2 different systems, or to 2 different live streaming platforms, and my computer is only... Actually, what am I at? Let me quickly open up BTOP and tell you. And I'm only at 24% CPU usage. And Core 2, Dwarf Fortress is using 80%. Core 1, Dwarf Fortress is using 25%. So I don't know. I think my computer's doing just fine. I think the game just has like hard limits. Doesn't die in the process?
Ding.
Well, I mean, if it does, you guys are paying for it, so. And we'll just go get a new one. I just have to walk up to Micro Center. That's not Micro Center, it's Memory Express. We don't have Micro Center here, I just confused the 2 names for whatever reason. It's because you subscribe for 6 months in advance, right, Cyrolac? Because you have to manually do it, and I think it gives you an alert then, and then when your sub re-ups, it gives you another one. I think that one's working as intended. And not a repeat, technically. But thank you, Cyrolac, for keeping that subscription alive for another month. I appreciate you greatly. All right, let's turn that burrow off. And turn that lava off. So maybe it's a repeat, but I don't think it is. Let's go up to here. And then I just need that done, and I need to then move this over there. And then I have the ability to move lava from down here up. To here. But I also have to wall some stuff off real quick. There's a lot of stuff getting moved. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Cyrolac, keeping that sub live for an additional 6 months on top of 58 months? Yeah, it hasn't caused crashes on my... I think I can count on one hand of the number of crashes I've had in Dwarf Fortress this year, YouTube chat. And when you consider the fact that Cole, the messenger, has been possessed. When you consider the fact that I can't play most modern Ubisoft games without getting 2 to 4 crashes per day, I think that's pretty good. Like, people get at Dwarf Fortress kind of a lot for it being unstable, yet in comparison to most modern video games, it's pretty fucking stable. How come I... Oh! I feel like an idiot. Like, why can't I... That's because it's not a floor, dimwit, it's a wall. We're in an ad break. I'll pause game. What's the idea of pumping lava up there? How else am I going to get lava to where my, like, all my, like, metalsmithing is? I'm building a metalsmithing industry using lava. Why would I move my whole metalsmithing industry really far away from the fort? I'd rather have the lava in my fort. And then that also puts lava in my fort in reservoirs, which allows me to do other things with it. Did not know. That's usually why I'm moving lava. In most cases. It's to power forges and then, I don't know, pour it on the bad guys. One of the two. It's easier to do stuff with lava if the lava is in the middle of everything. It's much harder to do stuff with lava if lava is really far away and inconvenient to get to. So, step 1, get lava close to you. Step 2, pour lava on bad guys. Step 3, profit? Chat, what's your favorite thing to do with lava, aside from bathing your children in it? And obviously drinking it. Also, I'm sure that most of you have seen the various discussions on YouTube about views dropping. Statistically, my most recent video would have hit 150,000 views by now, based on the number of likes it has in comparison to other videos that I have. Which, it's still doing great, so I'm not complaining. It's gonna hit 100,000 views tomorrow or the day after. But like, which is still like, best video I've ever uploaded levels of speed for that number of views. So I'm not complaining at all. However, it's a little odd when you actually look at the numbers behind it. A Spearmaster has bestowed a name upon a steel spear. Okay. Let's go back down to here. Unsuspend that. You're taking 320 power, you've got 870, 970, 1070, 11. Not enough power to spare. It's okay, we can make more. Now, let's not make fun of people who make things that are not for you. My cocaine. Hello, Phineas. How are you? 'Tis good to see you as always. Perfect for weight loss? True. Actually, wouldn't it technically be weight gain? Because you'd get, like, jokes aside, if you, like, encased yourself in lava, wouldn't that actually be weight gain? Not weight loss? Oh, for fuck's sakes. We got ourselves a glass maker up in here. Grumble. What was the last name of that dwarf? Kind of don't care all that much. Yeah, it's just a named sword after all. It was probably taken by a... Okay. I lost Sly. Not sure how. My bet would be lava. But that's just a bet. I don't actually know. All right. I'm also going to go up to here. And just do this. Just looking to make sure that there's no dwarves stuck down in here. Go over to here once more. These are all getting constructed. Lava is very dense if you fall and you float. Sure, but like I'm saying hypothetically, if you got like lava poured on you, you know, like the guy at the end of Ghostbusters 1 with the marshmallow goop, where it just goes, or like that one show on Nickelodeon where they fire slime at people, like that kind of thing, and then that cooled, you would be heavier, wouldn't you? It seems logical to me. I don't know. Also, I was literally just staring at Bungmo and Bungmo's back, so it's time to go beat the crap out of Bungmo, because we know that Bungmo committed crimes here. Go get him, dwarf. Thank you. We're gonna go chain up Master Bungmo. Got your first unicorn? What's step 2 after finding unicorn? Butchering unicorn? Training unicorn. Attacking unicorn? Getting mauled by unicorn. Oh no, Bungmo made it off the map. But also didn't make it in the fort, so. Oh no, Bungmo has the perfect solution, which is Bungmo is aquatic. Bungmo can simply hide in the water, and we can't stop him. Okay, so are you gonna go get Bungmo again? After you finish hauling this shirt, clearly. Okay, once you're done hauling this shirt, are you going to go capture Bungmo again? That's what I really want to know. I don't know. He's a fish, so I don't think fish need that. Of course. That's like the only time it's safe to release an animal. Also, if something goes wrong, you can't blame me. I'm just covering my bets here. Covering myself against possible damages. Yes, you chase that gooseling. Make sure it's nice and scared, so it knows what it did. Okay, fine. Just plop one right there. I mean, if you save before every single risk playing Dwarf Fortress, you may end up spending more time saving your game than you will playing your game. Back to chaining up Bungmo. Let's go. Come on, dwarves. You got this. It's the biggest threat to our fortress's safety. Master Bungmo. And the dwarf finally found their glass spot. I think I bought some glass at some point. I think we already kicked the shit out of Bungmo, though, because Bungmo's pretty injured, actually. Can't stand or anything. Well done, dwarves. All right, let's go back over to this side. All the way to here, all the way to there. It's just that we have to do. This side is now producing 1500 power. Excellent. All the way up to the top now. Aha, looking beautiful. So I can build a wall right there. Now let's hope they stand on the right side, which is the left side. If they stand on the right side, which is the wrong side, then they will die. So we have to hope that they stand on the right side. Don't you just love the English language? Sometimes I worry about it. We need them to stand on the right side, which is the left side, not the wrong side, which is the right side. Yes, he stood on the right side. That's the left side. Now that I've finished saying that sentence more times than I should, I'm going to go down to here. And I'm going to go through here and hack down some trees. It's Goblin Peddler, hey? Seems sus. And now we wait. Also, in regards to TP for his bunghole, you know, I've never actually seen any Beavis and Butthead in my life. All of my knowledge of that show comes from kids my age referencing it and memes. So I have absolutely no real connection or knowledge of that show. You know, in Long Death Arga, the elves brought me a tame male unicorn. And so I bought it. And I was like, awesome. There are no unicorns on this map. I can breed unicorns. This will be great. I just need to wait for them to bring me a breeding pair. 35 years later, they brought me a male unicorn, and the other one had died of old age. Then, about 20 years later, they brought me a second female unicorn. After the other one had died of old age. The next year, they brought a third female unicorn. And then they didn't trade with me for like a decade. And then they brought a male unicorn and we started breeding them. It took me like 75 years to get a breeding pair of unicorns. It was legit like 75 years. Yeah, but if you're getting them from the wild, then that's very easy. Ace Ventura, hello. Oh, did you buy it from the elves? I mean, I could have just said that any animal that you get from elves, or any animal that you purchase is tame. You cannot purchase a non-friendly tame animal. So if you purchase an animal, they're immediately tame. Hope everyone is well. Doing all right, except for my well. My well, I have mixed feelings about my well. I'm doing all right, but my well, on the other hand, I don't think we can be friends because that well let a forgotten beast into my fort, which was definitely my fault. But I blame the well anyways. Speaking of blaming the well, there's a place called the Well in Hollow Knight, right? How's Hollow Knight? What's up, Jess? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Hey, chat, can we get a round of beers to the Raiders? And if you want... I was going to say if you want to watch Hollow Knight. Maybe not. I guess they beat Hollow Knight. So congratulations on beating Hollow Knight. Kind of, sort of accidentally. Oh, like you just like, oops, I accidentally... Credits! Welcome, Raiders. Tomorrow, my stream team is hosting the beginning of a game jam. And Jess is part of that team. And has also done a lot of the heavy lifting organizing the thing. Call the well not well? But we already call it the beast entrance. I mean, how about this, okay? We'll make it make good. So, I've got my well, which is called the beast entrance. How about I name this bed not a well? Did that work? That well to you? Perfect. Excellent. So how was Hollow Knight all in all? What's your TLDR? Did you like it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You're the best. You're the best. I mean seriously. To the other 10 people that watch Fantano around here, I'm sorry. Doing melon dirty over here. So bad as a thirst trap? No, it says not well. Well, you can't get a drink of water in this bed, okay? So that uses 368 power. This is using 941, but is producing an additional 500, so we'll be fine. Just need this to be done. You're sad it's over already? Well, fortunately for you, there's a whole sequel waiting for you. You know, is anybody... Okay, so, like, a lot of games have gotten animated series on things like Netflix recently. Is anybody else kind of shocked that Hollow Knight hasn't had one? So I feel like... It's right there. Like, it's not my kind of game, but, like... How have they... You know? I feel like it is the ripest thing for exploitation when it comes to, like... Could just be used. The Human Bone Doctor Dismal Zombie. I gather you weren't a very good doctor then. Actually, I mean, it's probably because the people who own the IP, were very busy making a game for the last 7 years and not, you know, signing deals. Still not sure what's going on? Yeah, they have Twitch badges. You know, sure, yeah, I guess they do. I have a question. Who here has Hyper Cheese and actually remembers what game it's from? Does anybody else remember that week? It was like a bonus bits thing where I think like you cheer $3 in bits and you get Hyper Cheese. It was from a game called Hyperscape that Ubisoft published and released. It was a sci-fi battle royale game that had like nothing remotely interesting about it, aside from the fact that you could put yourself in a bubble and fly really high. Sort of like the Jimmy Neutron bouncing bubble thing. I also remember a funny trampoline button. There's lots of things that made you bounce. And some kind of cool weapons. But largely it was just very bland. Kobar Sobur? Okay, Sobur it. I don't know, every now and again I see people use Hyper Cheese because it's like generic enough that it works as an emote. And it always just like immediately confuses me because I'm like, wait. Where did that come from again? I always have to think about it for a minute. Now we're talking. Oh my god, that's just firing so quick. Okay, now it's slowing down. Turns out, turning on this lava pump borks the frame rate. Good news is, I am about to not have to worry about fuel anymore. You don't even remember hearing about that? Apparently, like, the studio that made it not super long ago were like, we got the IP rights to it back. Like, Ubisoft, like, sold it to them or something. They're like, we're gonna try and develop this. It's like, that seems ill-conceived. How about you just, like, make a different game? But, like, I remember, like, the last post I read about it for Hyperscape was, like, they were adding a non-Battle Royale mode. Like, they were just adding, like, a deathmatch mode or something. If that gives you an idea of how well that game went. It's almost as silly as, you know, a vile force of darkness arriving. Where? Oh, I see. I don't think they'll have a chance, so I'll just send my squaddies out to fight them. It seems like a very small siege. Matto up here is Malign Swamps is leading the charge. Oh, totally. No, I mean it's admirable that they want to, you know, finish the thing that they started. I genuinely feel that it's not a great idea to make a battle royale game. And it's also not a good idea to stand in front of a swordmaster when all you have is a crossbow and leather armor. Snatchers, protect the children, sure. Watch my children actually be... Oh, wow, there's actually a bunch of children over here. Hold up. Confirm. Never mind, they're running away from the children in fear. I would too, honestly. Forces charging up forwards. Sieges are mostly done. Tepid hate. They're very tepid about their hatred of things. Very tired in your running, too. This one over here. Let's tell him to go get him. This one's very good at the 100-yard dash, if nothing else. Although, unfortunately for this goblin, they're charging directly into the worst possible spot they could be. And as their face gets shredded, Cole the Messenger has created Kobar Sobir, a green glass vial, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. That looks really cool. This is a green glass vial. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is It is encrusted with emerald cut milk opals and rose cut zircons and rectangular Turk cabochons, and decorated with emerald and cut green glass gems and turkey leather, and encircled with bands of opal native cabochons, silver cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of steel. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gems in rope reed. And I'm going to deconstruct that shop now. And I'm thinking I'll just put it up here. What, another artifact? I don't know what you're saying already. Or that we're getting attacked again. Best of luck, Arga. Get well soon. Chat, say get well soon to Arga. He's not feeling great. Attacked again? I am at war with like 8 different factions. So the fact that we're only getting attacked like once a season, or in this case like every couple seasons, is like wild. It's like they're going easy on me, that's for sure. If anything, I would go so far as to say that they're being nice to me. And there go all the lava. And down in here, I'm gonna go across here. Over here, I'm gonna go craft store shop, craft store shop, craft store shop. I'm gonna deconstruct this, I'm gonna deconstruct you, and I'm gonna deconstruct you. And I'm going to embiggen this stockpile. And the frame rate will get better once this fills up, I presume. It's gotta just be temperature, I don't know. It's wild. I haven't had like pumping lava have this big of an impact on frame rate in a very long time. Like a very long time. You know, I think it's kind of funny about Silksong though. I'm not going to spoil anything about Silksong, but Silksong released, and then there was a brief discourse about it being really hard. And then it just kind of quieted down, and everybody's like quietly playing it, but I haven't heard anybody saying, I beat it! Like, that hasn't popped up yet. And it seems like, yeah, there's people who've beaten it, but they're being pretty quiet. Meanwhile, the speedrun world record for Silksong is like 1:15. The numbers is the depth, yeah. So 7 of 7 is the deepest. 1 is the shallowest. So when it hits 7 and it's no longer like you can also see the color changing slightly. If I turn on ASCII, you can also see the variance as it slowly fills up. But yeah, when it's all 7s, it's full. It's like winning a slot machine. No, totally. But I was it 104? Okay, I looked yesterday, so my bad. That's always amusing to me whenever a game like this comes out. Like, it was the same thing for like Elden Ring. It's like Elden Ring came out, it was like, oh my god, this game's hard! And then like 3 days went by of just like people quietly playing it a lot, and then I looked at the speedrun, it's like, 45 minutes. I want to set this fortress on fire. I'm so friggin' done with all my shit getting stolen. So friggin' done. Grr. It's okay, I got lots of lava, so if I actually decide I want to set it on fire, that'll actually be quite easy. And then I can do Magma Forge. Dolomite. Yeah, I guess that would count for fun percent. For at least that version. Because fun percent is just kill all 7 dwarves. Hell percent takes a lot longer. Mountain home percent is like 5 hours or something. Yeah, it's just fun percent to just kill all 7 dwarves. Kogan's Son percent would be something different. That would have to include elephants. Your husband got credits after Act 2, what, for Elden Ring? I believe it. I don't know. I'm just happy that Silksong is good and people like it. That's oh, I see, for Silksong. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's how I mean that also sounds like an Elden Ring thing, to be fair. I'm just happy that people like it. Like that's I was genuinely a little worried about that one when around the time it was releasing. Because I don't know. I guess I'm just one of those weird people where more than anything I want video games to be good. And it makes me happy when they're good because then I don't see people upset and disappointed. That's a good thing. Congratulations on a successful return, Elfie. Still streaming? Yeah, it's been kind of a long day. We got a raid though. I normally go for about 8 or 9 hours. Also just kind of polishing up a few projects here. Let's just smelt like 100 limonite. It's no longer going to take any charcoal to do that. And that is so nice. Uh-oh. Okay, so they've changed something. That shouldn't be overflowing. They've absolutely changed something. All right, well, that's thankfully a relatively easy fix. Let's just forbid all of this, unsuspend that. And deconstruct that. That breaks so many plans that you had? Well, so previously, lava go down. It shouldn't bubble up out of these holes. It should stay on the level that it's on. Ah, hold up. Back up. I mean... Huh. Weird. Buddy. Buddy. Okay, well, you had to pick the heaviest thing in the vicinity to carry with those little arms? Nope. No, there wasn't. That would have been something I would have spotted. But I did get a comment recently about lava pressure no longer operating the way it has. Huh. I'm gonna reach out to Putnam about that one tonight. Because that is different. The thing that I'm really perplexed about, though, is what change did they make that would cause that? I'm glad I was looking at it too. Huh. That is a pretty big change, yeah. Well, what I want to do is I need to, yeah, YouTube chat's right. Tarn does like to sneak stuff in. I'm going to reach out to Putnam tonight and ask if that's intentional. Because if that's intentional, fair. We'll learn to deal with it. If that's not intentional, then they need to fix it. Although now I'm kind of mad. I wish I had Nethercap. If I had Nethercap, I could see if it is just operating like water now. I wonder if you can use lava to power water wheels. Oh my god, could you imagine the shenanigans if lava had pressure? Imagine how quickly you could drain the lava sea. I'm just saying. Do you think lava itself is pressure, or do you think it's specifically because of the pump? I don't know. I'd need to do some testing. But previously, like, if... Or am I just being stupid? Chat, I think I might actually just be being stupid here. I think this might be on me. Yeah, I think this might be on me looking at it, actually. Anyways, some migrants have arrived despite my stupidity. Yeah, I think I'm just tired. I'm gonna go call it. Yeah, because if it's just flowing, it doesn't have pressure. But if a pump is pumping it, then it will try and level up with the pump. I've done that before, so that's not new. But if it's just flowing, it doesn't have pressure. It's the pump being one layer above. I'm just dumb. And also tired. Chat, I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go make me some dinner and maybe some more pickles. It's warm in here. And it's been a long day. I've been live for almost 9 hours. And clearly, me not registering that I poured lava everywhere means it's time to go. Anyways, don't run off, though, because we will raid somebody. YouTube chat, we're shutting you down first, though. I just want to say thank you very much for tuning in today. And thanks for watching the stream and leaving likes. Don't forget to leave likes and views on the videos that I upload, because YouTube is mean to its content creators. And I'll be on tomorrow, same time, same fort. Take care of yourselves, YouTube. Twitch chat, you ready to go raid someone? Okay, hold up, but you gotta wait for me to disappear for a sec. Papa! Thanks again to Jess for that raid at the end, by the way. I gotta go grab the raid music, and then we will go give somebody a yell. Okay, so I need you to go grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. And then we're going to go give somebody a raid. Oh, also, mods, could you shout out my bot account, please? I don't do much extracurricular stuff on this account, but on my bot's account, sometimes I stream like, well, I made pickles yesterday, so follow that account for random surprises of things that you're not expecting. We're gonna go raid somebody. Big thank you to everybody who raided us today. This is the most raids I've gotten in a single stream in months. Like, me getting more than a raid in a stream, or like even a raid in a stream,